Hello, hello. Hey, Leo. Happy Thursday. So, we're only going to do a morning stream today. And normally it would have been music stuff, but I think what we're going to focus on is just some code changes. And then I'm actually thinking of doing game design tomorrow, which I think would be nice. I'm kind of torn because I like the idea of a fixed schedule, but in practice, it's not all that appealing. I was thinking Monday, Wednesday, Friday would be like coding days, Tuesday would be polish, and Thursday would be music. And yeah, I like the general idea of this, but we just need certain things at certain times. So yeah, we got playtest coming up this week. Then we're going to be stabilizing for a little while, and then yeah, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3. Okay, anyway, putting some last minute touches on the game. There's no, yeah, there may not be any common element between the pieces of work he's doing today. Sorry for the lack of description. I don't know how many people are going to check this command anyway. All right, yeah, afternoon, looking to change the farming drums. Make sure to export a Windows version of the game. Make sure cheats are working. All right, so block off the northern part, the path in the town with dialogue. What should this say when you try to go up there? Hey, Steven, good morning. Because, like, the game is a tutorial, so it shouldn't allow you. Well, there are a couple things we could do. Option one is block you from going there. I think it's just block you from going there. I had some code to do this. It was the transition region stuff. How did this work? It should check to see if you've entered. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's go do this then. And maybe we should stop you from going in the community center at first. No, maybe not. So this is, where is it? Where is that? Here it is, community center door. Yeah. So this is not a community center door anymore. We need to move this entire thing. This should be reset in its transform. And this should be moved. That's why I couldn't click it. Move to right like there. Then we shrink it a little bit. Hopefully it uses a different collision shape so that shrinking it isn't going to cause a problem. Yeah, no, it isn't going to cause a problem. God, this has got to be easier. There's got to be an easier way to do this. So I just want to shrink this a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Hey, Chili. Hopefully this matches what we did over here. We have, yeah, here it is. So if we get rid of the player for a second, it juts out by like 3 or 4 pixels maybe. It's not important that we match it exactly. You just got to be able to enter the door as you'd expect. And I think this is probably pretty good. Maybe even just like that. I don't know. Yeah, oh, there, sure, great. Okay, so that's the community center door. That's going to teleport you somewhere else. And then we need there to be a region up here. So I'm going to duplicate this. And we're going to move this over here. And hopefully, if I change the shape of this, it's not going to change the other one. Good. And we put this here. And then just make a dialogue somewhere saying that you can't go up here. So this is northern path region. Okay. Community center door. Northern path region. We need to fetch this thing. There we go. And this is player tried going north. So yeah, there's not going to be, Oh, why is that not working? Field is read only. Yeah, it's read only because I think it's saved in between. So do we not have a start dialogue? We don't. Okay, that's fine. So the farming game listens for this, and then we just pop up a dialogue. Here it is. On player tried going north. This is going to be dead simple. We just paste this and delete everything else. Tried going north. All right, so what should this be? Who's talking to you? Maybe it's just... Is it tutorial man talking to you from somewhere else? I don't know. It doesn't have to be. Maybe it's just italicized. You think of heading north, but you feel the urge to talk to people in town. I don't know. Yeah, this could be better. Now let's plug this in and try this out. Oh, we got to put a region on the whole zone, right? You think of heading north, but you feel the urge to talk to people in town. It could know where you are in the game. Like here, we haven't talked to people, so that's what we have to do next. But once you've done this and Sidekick comes out, I guess you still could talk to them. This makes sense. Yeah, then you go harvest some strawberries. Then you put these in here. Yeah, this should probably say something about needing to go to the community center. You think of heading north, but you feel the urge to go to the community center. Something like that. And then you go into here and it would enter the community center, which we don't have filled out yet. That's fine though. That's just a blank environment for now. Yeah, I think it should probably say something different. This game is going to be a beast to localize. At least a lot of these are just full sentences, which I assume would be easier to machine translate than like fireball, lightning bolt, where they're just a word or two with no real context. This is just a sentence. So yeah, tried going north. I guess we need to know if you've talked to Sidekick yet. Like, have they gone into the community center? We should probably save that somewhere. There's has talked to Sidekick. Where do we do the community center bit? Community. Yeah, here it is. Before going to community center, all strawberries in trash. There it is. All strawberries in trash. So it's this on dialogue completed. This is town. Something needs to kick this off though. Yeah, here it is. Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll put this here. Private bool has Sidekick walked to community center. Or like started walking. Okay. Now we need this here. Set that to true. Then we set a variable. And I put this here. Set this to this. Yeah, this is a stupidly long variable name for this though. So like should go to community center. There. It's a much shorter variable name while still being incredibly long. All right, now we gotta do this. There should be an if statement somewhere. Here it is. Except for don't we need an end if? And an else? Yeah, so this sort of thing. Good. These were always with underscores. Okay, I should change it then. I should also figure out how you can do not without having to type equals equals false. So it should go to community center. That's here. You think of heading north, but you feel the urge to go to the community center. There, pretty nice. And then we just need to change the variable in code. All right, let's go test that out. Expected a semicolon somewhere. I don't know how that happened. What? What happened there? What is going on? Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Huh. Strange. I must have accidentally pressed enter or backspace on something. All right, so let's go into this game. All right, so if I walk up here, it says you think of heading north, but you feel the urge to talk to people in town. Now we need to trigger these dialogues. This is going to take some time. Yep, great. We need strawberries. Maybe I should make a cheat for this. Now we try going up here. You think of heading north, but you feel the urge to go to the community center. Should it say instead? Yeah, probably. But yeah, the code works. All right, yeah. It's pretty nice. Feels like it's turning into a game. Looks good. Don't need to check that in. That's good. This is fine. Yep, nice. Everything's good. So add dialogue when attempting to leave or leaving town. At least when trying to take the path to the north, the tutorial keeps you on the rails with a dialogue. Cool. By the way, today feels like one of those days I should just have some like stupid AI thing running so that I can use my quota because I might be doing some stuff in the afternoon. Is there anything we can give it that's real? We could try giving it an actual task. Like I could try making it allow for attacking in the side or in the platformer. I don't think that's a good idea though. What is this on my desk? Okay. Hmm. Nah, I'll just ask it a question maybe. Or you know what? You know what I wanted to do that I think we could ask it to do. I don't think this task isn't worth me doing, but these five, no, not even these five, these four Booleans, I want these in their own like extra class. What does this do? Okay, cool. Looks good. Okay, so in farminggame.cs, there are these four Booleans. move them to a new class named farming game progress flags. Yeah. And add a comment above the new class saying that these only need to be saved or only need to be remembered within a game session as opposed to being persisted to a save file. Yeah, okay, there. This is a task I already kind of wanted to do that is pretty much perfect for AI. It's just move some things around, make a new class. I don't suspect this is going to be a challenge for it. And I'll kick off my quota for the day. In the meantime, let's go start this. So the community center that we have now is just a blank green area. And actually, maybe we can leave it as a blank green area. I kind of want... to be able to finish this. He takes you to the community center. And there are 2 rooms across from each other, both with locked doors that take the same key. You try the key and it works. Inside each room is a switch. So yeah, we could kind of mock this up. I could just like throw a couple doors into the scene. Or I could make my own like really bad looking community center. Maybe that's a good idea. There'd be a switch in each one though. Like I'm not totally sure. We might not have graphics for a lot of this stuff. Let's take a look. I don't like searching through these things. So exterior, we're trying to find, whoa. Huh, that's pretty interesting. What we're trying to find is something that looks like a switch you could press. Probably be in dungeon if anything, right? I don't see anything. Houses. Oh man. Farm buildings. I don't think I looked at this, did I? I mean, I don't probably need any of these, but yeah, we could add these to the farm somewhere. Is there like a broken down building? Might look like you can interact with some of these things though. I don't see anything. I guess it doesn't have to be a switch per se. It could just be like a platform or something. And I could use a different asset pack. All right, well, we're probably going to need this. Where is it? Yeah, door, windows, and chimney. Because I want there to be like an internal door inside this thing for a room. So let's copy this. Door graphics. Is there some kind of switch? By the way, why is this working? Build succeeded. And how much of my quota did that use? 1%. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be too intense. Did it work correctly? So this comment should have been a doc comment. That's fine though. Hey, Burnt Out, thank you very much. How you doing today? All right, now farming game has the flags. Yep. And then we check the flags everywhere that we use them. Yeah, I'm just going to trust that this is fine. Because they're just 4 Booleans. I guess I could just look at them. It's just going to be tedious. And if it built, it's very likely fine. Yeah, has shown cutscene. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I don't even think this is worth... Like, if the game works, then it works. This... Yep. Okay. So move farming flags into their own file. So all this really did the whole point of this is just this. Like we cut out some lines of code here and kept some related booleans together. Old age is hard to handle. Old age. Does that mean it's your birthday today, by the way? If so, happy birthday. Also, aren't you getting married soon? Sounds like life's going pretty well over there. Except for it was yesterday. Okay, well, happy belated birthday. Let me write this down. Birthday was then. Cool. Yo, you got married. Okay, yeah. 1 month and 9 days. Wow. Yeah. So you have two celebrations pretty close to one another. Well, congratulations. Yeah, exciting time. I mean, I know you said you were together for a long time, but still, exciting times. I feel like there are a lot of things in life that sort of feel like they're new, even though it's just the next day or the next thing. Like a new year, for example. It's going to be 2027 in about half a year. But really, just the difference is one day will have passed between December 31st and January 1st. It's not really different, right? But it feels different. It's kind of the same with like you got a year older. You didn't really, you got a day older. And in the case of a relationship that you were in for a long time and then you got married, it's like, well, depending on how you treat marriage, I guess it could be a little different, but probably it's going to just feel like an extension of your relationship. But I think there's still good points in time, nice milestones to celebrate. All right, so this is done. We kicked off the AI stuff. Now we just got to figure out how we're going to make a switch in here, and I still don't actually have any ideas. So this was in exterior. This is farm. Yeah, I don't have any ideas for that. I guess we'll look at interior. I don't know. It's got to look like a locked door. Do we have a locked door? I didn't even check. Door. I guess it doesn't, there's no indication that something's locked, right? You could just, when you go up to it, it could say it's locked, or that you open it. It could play a sound effect. Yeah. 32 bottles of makeup. I mean, presumably she's already getting makeup before the marriage, right? I think it'll be good. I just need a switch or something, or a lever. I don't know. I don't think they want. Yeah, I don't think they had that sort of plan. Maybe there's a cave tile set or something that has something we can use, or maybe what do we have in here? No, not a computer. Not this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We have in Super Retro World, there was a lever graphic that I had. I can go find that. We could put that in there. And it's even animated. It might look pretty good. Super Retro World. Open a new tab. Yeah, here we go. All right, so free switches. Yeah. So this is kind of what I was thinking of using. We put this switch on the floor and you go up to it and press it and it just toggles it and makes a sound, and then that's it. Alternatively, it could be one of these sorts of things that you're supposed to step onto. I don't think that'd be as good. Hey, Franken. Yeah, man, I'd love to get this thing done today too. So let me read this again, because I think we can maybe swing this. Let's copy this. Switches. How the previous playtest sessions go. So I'd only done 2, and they were before my vacation, and they were pretty much like right before my vacation. And one was my wife, and the other was a streamer named Redbeard. And my wife just loved the game. She had some, she had some knowledge about the game ahead of time. Red didn't know about the game. And I don't know how much that impacted the feedback because this is a very confusing game if you just get sat down in front of it and you're like, oh, hey, just play this game. Like you start and you're like, okay, it's going to be a platformer, right? Like I should probably learn how to jump and learn all the attack. And like Redbeard said it, like I want an attack button. You're holding this little knife thing, but you can't actually use it. And yeah, that's because this wasn't supposed to be like a fully fleshed out game. Now I do plan on adding the attack animation. Like I think that's good feedback. But if you knew that this is all you needed to get to here and then you're done with the platforming section for good, then you wouldn't expect more necessarily. Also, I don't know if you saw this from yesterday, but now it darkens as you're falling and you land in this section and it's like very dark and spooky. There's some red lights here that illuminate your player. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. So, yeah, they went well. And I think the most important thing for any playtest round is that you get feedback, you act on it in some way, and then the next time, hopefully there's different feedback. And ideally there's feedback on what you already addressed. So like let's say someone encountered a bug and you fixed it, and then someone new plays, now there's not that bug anymore, and they're like, wow, this game played really smoothly. You'd be like, oh cool, that only happened because I fixed a bug from the previous round. So yeah, I think the biggest pieces of feedback were like they wanted to play the games a bit more. And I think this sort of implicit feedback was the farming game should have more interest. So I sped it up. I added some jokes. Yeah, these two things, which I think is all we need. Hey, Goose. And also I planned for like diamonds to be in every game. This is not super important yet. It's not done yet, but I think that'll help too. Where you feel like, oh, okay, there's a reason for me to collect something in every game. And yeah, we're moving along when it comes to so Quickie Joe shared some logo ideas. And here's his work. And I really like where this is going. I don't think it's totally there yet. I shared some feedback with Quickie Joe. I think my favorite one is number 3 here. I like the font choices. I like that there's this like little blocky pixel stuff in the background that makes it look a little bit digital. I just don't think any of these communicate exactly what kind of game this is. And I think it's very hard to do that. And my stupid non-artist ideas are like, it'd be kind of cool if you had like your character walking upside down in this logo. Or maybe even they're walking like alongside the word broken or in it or something, or they're like stuck in one of the letters or something. I don't know. Yeah, but I like where this is going. I like where the art direction's going. Yeah, everything's just been moving pretty smoothly here. The only thing is I don't think my development speed has been very fast. And yeah, we're like still in the farming game after this long. Granted, we're getting toward the end of it, and that's what we're working on today is to like wrap up the farming game and be able to teleport into a new game. And then we're going to freeze development for a little bit and work on some of the not fun stuff. Oh yeah, I got to follow up with Kevin. Follow up with Kevin about the Y sort task. Ask if he's still okay with unfun things. All right, so with access to both rooms, you each stand on a switch. So I guess the doors have to lock behind you. So the script is something like this. You enter. You both walk to the door, the locked door. The key works. He says there's a switch in the other room. That only shuts the door, but maybe now it'll work. So you press your switch and it locks your door. Sidekick presses his switch. Portals appear. Yeah. I don't think we have a portal graphic except for the one from Skeleseller, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, had some of the like ground around it so that we can't just use it here. Where is it? Objects? No, not there. World? Portal. Yeah, it has some of the ground around it. You can see the dirt and the grass. So I could maybe like cut out those pixels or something. I don't think it's going to fit exactly. I also don't know if we want to use this portal in particular. But I like that there's some connectivity to Skeletal with that. Goose, thank you for the resub. Happy 34 months. Yeah, maybe we try using it. Maybe I modify it a little bit. And either way, it's probably good enough for now. I mean, Quickie Joe drew this in the first place, so I'm sure if we want to take something in the same theme, he could draw it in the new theme. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, will this work? I think so. All right, we got to go fetch a whole bunch of things then, and we got to get this stuff working. So I got to plan just enough here. These are mostly curtains, not doors, right? I know there's a door graphic. I just want to see if there's a better one that we could use. I don't think so necessarily. But we do need this to look pretty fitting for the interior. So let's copy this. Yeah. Assets, sprites, worlds, farm RPG. So this goes into houses. Then we want the switches. There are also some doors over here too. That doesn't look like doors. Wait, really? What? I'm not totally sure how you're supposed to even use these graphics. They look... I don't remember ever seeing these. They look a little bit strange. Gonna watch a SpaceX test flight? No, I haven't really been watching any of those. I'm not super interested. I think it's cool, but yeah. Okay, so we need the free switches. And we'll put this into here. And then we need one more graphic, the portal. Maybe we just type Skeleseller. It's not really a world thing though, is it? It's an object. Holy cow. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Okay. I was a little terrified there. There was it sounded like glass shattering, and I don't exactly know what it was, but yeah, something related to Abby, and everything's fine. I was terrified that she like knocked over a vase or something and then got her paws cut. Hey, Pressel. Yeah, no, I think everything's okay. Just very noisy. Oh man. Hey, Cosmic Koi. All right, so Portal. I guess let's put this in the farming game. I want to be careful about where exactly we're putting some of this stuff, but we can relocate it later. All right, so we got the doors, we have the switch, we have the portal. We're gonna need 2 of these. And then we just need enough of the interior to look kind of like a community center. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. So I think I'm just gonna like slam these things into the game. We have a ground layer and a seed layer here. This is not good enough, is it? I will not forgive you. Oh, I guess this is good enough, but we just need to have the world graphics, right? The seed layer, though, needs a special one. I think it's called seed layer, yeah. And that's it? That's all we really need here? Let me try this. Oh, no, we can't let you dig up the walls here. Oh, I didn't think of that. We got to prevent the shovel from working. Oh man, that's tricky. Need to prevent you from shoveling up the walls in the community center. Or else you could go into Sidekick's portal. Oh man, maybe that'd be kind of cool though. What if that lets you go into their game? I no, I don't know. I'm so torn. It's such a cool idea. Well, this has story implications, and I don't want to get too crazy with the story. How would we even prevent you from doing this though? Like option one, the shovel just doesn't work. Maybe there isn't even a hot bar in this room. Option two, the shovel, or you can't even use the shovel. You can't even use the shovel. Or the shovel is usable but doesn't work on the walls in this room. Option three, actually, it's more like option 1B, 1C would be like you try to use the shovel and it says now isn't the time for that. Or even like cheeky of you, but you can't destroy the walls here. Or like option three, you can destroy the walls, but they come back. I don't know what I like best. But yeah, let's go figure out what we're doing for the interior of this. We have the house interior. I guess let's just use that. Yeah, what am I thinking? All right, close other tabs. Whoa, what? What was I even just dragging? Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I did not know about that at all. How do you delete that now? What? How do you delete that? Do I just go to a different scene? No, it's still there. Hey, Phil. Well, what? What is going on? What does right clicking here do? Yeah, I'm just like I didn't know you could. Yeah, I'm left click dragging from the top here and it puts guides down, which I could see that being nice. I want to, oh, that's broken too. But like, how do I remove these? And also, what is right clicking? Oh, right clicking is deleting. It just looks like I'm modifying this, but I'm modifying the world. Okay, I understand that part. But yeah, how do I delete these now? These are presumably either grids or guides, clear guides. Ah, interesting. So if you ever want to measure exactly where something is, you could do this. Huh, I did not know about that. Yeah, let's go write that down. You can also left click drag from the what do you call this? From the axis markings on the left or top sides to add a guide to the scene. Clear via view. No, clear via the, where do you get rid of that? Oh, there it is. View clear guides. Yeah, neat. Very neat. So if you want to position something in a certain spot, you could do something like that. Yeah. All right. Well, that's not what we're trying to do. But nice to know. So I want to go to the house interior. Yeah, this is kind of what we have here. We have a ground layer and a wall layer. So I need to make a special layer that can't be dug up. Yeah. But we still let you plant seeds in here. Yeah, make sure you can't dig up the portal or the switches. All right, so I guess just duplicate this into wall layer. Doesn't need to be accessed. We can delete everything. There we go. Then, like I said, I'm not going to put a lot of work into this. We're just going to make this look good enough. So let's go find out where... Here it is. And this one has collision. Yeah. All right, so this is the inside of the community center. So we should encapsulate the whole thing in walls. Again, I'm doing this as hastily as possible. This is not meant to be some like great thing. Then this should look like a floor and not like grass. So there's the flood fill tool. This too. And then we need, I guess let's just take more walls. So we need there to be a couple of different rooms. So like, and it's got to all fit on the same screen. Where's the viewport? How much of this can you see? I don't think this is zoomed correctly. Yeah, I don't think this is zoomed correctly. It's very important that you can fit both of these rooms on the same screen. Let me go change this. Farming game and sidekick. Because, yeah, you both need to walk into portals, and you should be able to see the other character doing that. So we got to walk into the community center. Oh, you can't even see the walls. You also probably can't leave. No, you can leave. But yeah, you can't see the walls. Does that mean I need to put another wall on the outside of that? Maybe. Because I want you to be able to see where the boundary is, I think. So that might work. That did not work. Why didn't that work? Because it's based on the ground layer. So we put ground underneath the wall, and then it'll be fine. How about that? Yes. But you could dig it up, right? Yeah. You need to go on the inside of the ones you placed? No? I mean, that would also work, but this is exactly what I want here. If we put them more inside of this, then you'd be able to see a tile on the outside of the community center. Also, hi, Jesta. Okay, so this is looking good. So now we need a couple of rooms. Oh, right. The whole reason I was doing that is to figure out where you are supposed to stand. So let's just move the player over to here. And that way we can just press up. And I don't need a special cheat or anything. That didn't work. Oh, man. Okay, so 433, 221. 433, 221. 433, 221. 433, 221. Wait, we don't even set the player position. Why are they there? Huh. Town. Current zone. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. All right, farming game. Player dot position equals new 433, 221. Let's see if that works. This is just for debugging. It should put us right outside the community center. Does it? Yeah, nice, cool. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of how much you can see at a time. Oh, that's not good. We need to move the region that we have for connectivity there. Yeah, it's too high up. This needs to be down here now. Actually, technically, it should be the entire bottom of this, just like before, but I'm not super concerned about that because once you're in this place, you don't need to leave this place. Oh, except for if you enter before you're supposed to. Fine. I'll just put it along the whole bottom of this. It doesn't matter. There. So now you can leave through any part of the bottom. And how much can you see? You can see like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 10 tiles to the right. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I kind of counted that poorly, but yeah, you can see they're like right here. So it's a halfway of this purplish rectangle. That's plenty of space. The whole point is you could see like 2 big rooms here. So that's what we're going to mess with. So let's go set some walls up. I just need this to be good enough. Oh, except for our doors only open to the bottom, right? There's no side facing door. No, they only face down. That's not necessarily a problem. Yeah, it's not necessarily a problem. All right, let's just ignore it then. Yeah. So then let's make it so that you have to enter these rooms from the bottom. Again, I'm going to do a really shoddy job at this. I don't care. It just needs to be good enough. There. Now we need a door. The door should be a special object, probably. It's got to turn into having collision. So let's just add a sprite 2D for now. I'm okay with all this taking the entire morning. That's okay. I just want to get this like somewhat working. All right, so this should be an Atlas texture. And we load in the door. And then we go figure out where that particular door is. I think that first one's pretty good. So yeah, 0, 0, what, 1632? Yeah. So there's our door. This does not fit. Yeah, this doesn't fit. We have a problem. I mean, we could just put it here anyway. But do they have any examples of this? Like, is there any... interior? These are all for an exterior. Yeah, it's got to go into a wall. I'm not properly putting it into a wall. I think that's our issue. Oh, wait. No. Hey, here they have it. Yeah, they do a much better job here than I did. Okay, well, then let's just ignore this for now. Yeah, we need an extra wall graphic. That's all. Hey, developing inside another company's software. Let me just rewrite it all so I have full control. AVI Survivor. I mean, that's kind of what open source is about, right? You can rewrite whatever you want. Yeah, so these doors are good enough for now. So we want a door there. So this is door, and then this is other door. And this should look a lot better eventually. And we're just not going to think about that stuff yet. So this is in the third tile. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Done and done. There. That should work. So now when I turn these off, yeah. So nothing is technically stopping you from moving through this. And we need some sounds and everything. Oh, I see. Yeah. You're not talking about personal development. You're talking about company development. Yeah. All right, then we need some switches and stuff. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit tedious. And it'll probably take a couple hours, and that's okay. Switches. Here we go. All right, so any particular color we want here? Green, orange, or blue? No, I don't think so. Any one of these better than the other one or more fitting? Not really. They all look kind of out of place in here. All right, well, let's just take the green one then. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Orange is more complementary. Yeah, but we might not end up with this same tile set. Also, I guess switching this is pretty easy afterward. All right, but I gotta go make a switch scene and probably a door scene. Is there an open door version of that? There's this one. It doesn't really look like you can just walk through it though. That's gonna be a problem, won't it? Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a problem. I guess what we could do is instead of having the graphic be dark here, we could just like have it be the door frame. Or maybe we pick this one. So we use the double door and then the open door. And for the open door, we just turn the black pixels transparent. That might be best. Oh, Jesta, thanks for the resub. Happy third of the year. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm leaning toward the double doors. Because that way your sprite can actually fit through this. This is only 16 pixels wide and your sprite is 16 pixels wide. So it does indicate that the door is open, but you wouldn't be able to clearly walk through. All right. Yeah, I got to modify the graphic then. All right, well, let's just modify it directly in here. No, let's make a new one. So I want to take everything here, copy, and then paste you somewhere else. Just over here somewhere, I don't know. There. Yeah, that should be fine. I just wanted to align with whatever pixel that is. That is at 89. So this should also be at 89. So we got to move it down one. Hey, Mohit, how you doing? 89. 89, yep. All right, now we edit out the darkness of the door. How do I do this and have it be convincing? I think... What is going on? Oh, I am darkening this. Okay, yeah. So I want to make this transparent. How do I do that? There's probably an eraser tool. Clone brush, filter brush, adjustment, erase. Okay, this is good, but I want it to be full hardness here. How do we do that? What is this? Window mode. What? Is it not this? Rope length? Wait, what? The hardness is set to 100%. Why is this making like transparent pixels around it? Something here doesn't add up. Flow of the brush, opacity, hardness. Is hardness supposed to be on the other end of the... No, what? Use the square lasso. Yeah, I guess we can just cut this out, right? Good idea. All right, so how's that look? Does that look like a door is open? Kind of, except for I want there to be maybe those pixels still. And maybe those pixels. But not these. Or that. Yeah, that might be good. Yeah. Hey, Scholar. Something that doesn't add up. Amount of times a day I go through that. Yeah. That's the job. All right, so now we export this. And I want to put this exactly back where it was. Like I said, I'm fine if this takes all morning. That is totally okay. I would like it to not take more than the morning. houses. Here it is. So copy path. Cool. Replace. Okay, so now we have a nicer looking door. So I guess instead of this door, we're going to go use the other one. So we got to find out where that is in the graphic. It is down 1. That's easy. So 3264. That's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm doing a really, really bad job. All right, it's 32 pixels wide and it's 16 tall. Yeah. And then I just messed this part up. No, it's 32 tall. There we go. One is a sliding door, one is a regular door. This one looks like it's sliding, right? This one looks like it's regular. As long as it's convincing in the game, though, I think it's fine. And yeah, hopefully this works. And if not, we can always draw a custom door. Also, high gold skin. Okay, so we have our door. Now we gotta clear out the wall beneath it so that it looks like it belongs there. Done and done. And now we just slot the doors in. You go there. Oh, that doesn't fit. Drat. We need there to be like siding or something. And even then, this might not work. I'm going to just put it like this for now anyway. But yeah, this is kind of annoying. And then this is supposed to be the lever. So Atlas texture. This probably will take all morning. Oh, right. I started to do this and then realized that this won't actually work for us. So we set this to 16 and this to 64. No, other way around. Yeah, except for 48 there. Okay, so there's all the sprites for this. Lever. And another lever. And this should actually be probably in the corner of the room or something. Maybe over. Maybe here. This goes here. All right, so you walk in the room. You can press the lever and it's going to lock the door behind you. So actually, this should probably not be too close to the door so that you can't mess this up. And then a portal is going to spawn. So let's just duplicate this. Call this portal. Actually, this can be an animated sprite. So new sprite frames. Load in sprites, objects, farming, portal. Just click them all. And put that here. Yeah, we got to make objects out of all these things. Yeah, I did a very shoddy job. I did what I advertised though, which is a shoddy job. Hey Sintem, what's your game about? Yeah, sorry for missing your message. I know it was from 6 minutes ago, so I don't know if you're still here, but the game is called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. And in this, you are going through various sub games. Let me show this, for example, where they look kind of like the regular games, but you're actually just kind of in the beginnings of a lot of different games. And you eventually get to a very broken part of that. And you have to like find your way out or, just play the game or something. And in this particular case, like the very first platformer you're in, the brokenness is just here and it's unexpected for the player. You just fall through the world and then, find yourself in a different land and you have to, kind of explore over here and find out what's going on. It actually kind of looked like something was off there when I went over to the side. Did that get messed up? Yeah, the world flickered in the background there. The back right. Let me take a look at that. Wait, did it flicker? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this flickered off. Why? Oh, this might be the parallax catching up. I don't know why that's happening, actually. I'll take a picture of this, though. Whoops. What happened to my picture? Oh, it's, yeah, I see. Clear color. We're probably not going to have time to fix that today. That's also okay if that happens. It looks like it's glitched. It's probably fine to just not even fix. Hey, Maya. All right, so we got the basics of the scene laid out. We have a lot of objects to make and then to control here. So we should probably make a new folder for this. So set up the scene, make a door scene, make a community center folder. Make a door scene, make a portal scene, make a lever scene. And then set up the interactivity and then set up the cutscene. So the interactivity is like allow you to walk through the door in both directions. Or like allow you to collide until you open it. Play a sound of unlocking and opening. Allow you to toggle it only once. Doing so should lock the door. And when both levers are pressed, spawn a portal. And when moving to the portal, it should show text saying that it's the end of the demo. We already talked about the financial aspect of Skeleseller now that's released. I don't want to be inquisitive. It's just very interesting as part of your journey as a game dev. I only talked about it in that I shared the sales figures after 24 hours and then realized like I don't want to focus on this. So I personally have not looked at the sales numbers since that first time. Now, I did have an amount of money hit my bank account. So like I know what the March sales are now, but I don't plan on seeking this out. I don't plan on doing anything. I don't plan on advertising the game. I want to just be done with Skeleseller, I think. And I'll run some sales, but like yeah, I think I just burned myself out on the game toward the end of it. And I want to make sure I don't fall into that same trap for this game. The willpower to do that is crazy. I don't look at it as being that way because, or at least not for myself, because I don't want to do it. I think willpower is when you want to do something and then stop yourself from doing it. In this case, I don't want to do it. Something I noticed is there used to be people uploading videos about Skeleseller here and there, and now the only ones that are uploaded are like very low view counts, and actually there's really not much in the last like week or month. And the ones that are there are mostly like German videos. I mean, these are in English. But yeah, there were a lot of German videos for this. Huh. I don't see them now. So yeah, I think not having any influencers play it anymore means that people just find it on sale at some point. They'll play it. Hopefully they have fun. Anyway, I want to do this stuff when I get back from my break, and then let's just keep working through the rest of this stuff. This should be a pretty fun morning. Actually, this is shaping up to be better than I thought. And there's some like small puzzles to solve and some grunt work to do. So yeah, I'll take my break and I'll come back in a few minutes. Is it jump time? It's jump time. close the game. Okay. So yeah, we have a lot to do here. Let's get to it. So we need a community center folder underneath scenes, sub games, farming games. I mean, maybe we put it inside zones. Yeah, I'll make a new thing, community center. Thanks, Strawn. And hi, Strawn. Clean up, move community center.tscn to community center. All right. So we need that's done. We need a door scene. So save branch as scene, community center, door. Maybe we should call this like community center door. I don't know. That's probably fine. All right, then this should be an instantiation of that scene. We'll worry about that part later. Then same thing with lever. Yeah, just go save. Lever, and then the portal. Okay, now we delete the second instances of all of these. All right, portals are going to be hidden by default. We don't need to worry about that yet. Let's start with the door. So the door should actually be a node 2D. That is make scene root. We call this door. It's going to have a sprite. It's going to have a static body 2D with a collision shape. Collision shape is going to be a rectangle. The rectangle needs to pretty much roughly match the door. So like, whoops, like that. Okay. And then its graphic can change. So this is like closed sprite. And then we duplicate this to open sprite. So let's turn that off and then go find a different region here. This I just randomly positioned. So let's just go find out what the random position is. 268, 67. That doesn't sound right. Oh, that is right. So 268, 64. 268, 64. Hey, perfect. Hey, Cruddlefish. All right, so there's the open sprite. So we have closed, we have open. So if we just toggle this. Wait, what did I do? Did I change both of these? Whoops. Okay, let's make that unique. Oh, we can't make it unique. Wait, what? What did I do? Did I just modify? No, wait, I didn't modify the wrong thing. I said this to 269. Yeah, I'm changing both of these at once. But the atlas is... Maybe it's the texture I'm supposed to say make unique? Sure. And then set this back to whatever it was, which I don't remember what it was. So I don't know, 32, 0, 32. Did that work? Yeah, nice. Okay, that worked. So there's the door and there's the open door. So you can now open this. And what else do I need to do? I think that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, once it's open, we need to change it. So let's go attach a script to this. And put this in source, sub games, farming game, zones, make folder, community center, door. Okay, we're gonna get all this stuff functional. So we need a sprite for the open sprite. What did I call it? Open and closed, yeah. Open sprite, closed sprite, maybe opened and closed. Opened and closed. Cool. Oh, I was supposed to go over here. All right, and by default, let's say the opened one is hidden and the closed sprite is shown. Now we're going to say public void set door opened. Bool is opened. So closed sprite dot visible and open sprite. Good. And then we want to play a sound. Yeah, this might as well have a public void init audio system dot play sound. All right, we got to go find an open door sound. Oops. Door. Don't know about that. We don't have any other door sounds, though, do we? What about locks or keys? Item lock? Yeah, that sounds decent. And do we have any like key, just keyboard stuff? Okay, so yeah, let's use what we have, which is unfortunately just this one sound. I don't like the open one sounds fine. The closed one doesn't. Game, assets, audio, sounds, farming game. Okay, so sounds, barn door open, then item lock. Now we need a closed door sound. I mean, it could sound like one of the hit sounds or something. I don't know. Yeah, something like one of these. Window close? Was there a window thing in there? No, it's more like a UI window that's supposed to sound like. I think one of these sounds will probably work. We just need to find the right one. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, Impact 01. Yeah. All right, let's put that in there. Door open, unlock, door close. Hey, Atomic. Yeah, I use a lot of these in Skeleseller. All right, so sounds, we're going to play a particular sound based on whether you open or close. This is where I was saying there's a lot of just like grunt work here. So farming door open, farming door close, farming door unlock. All right, farming door open is this. Close is this. And unlock is this. Okay, so there are all the sounds. So now we are, what am I doing? This is not how we do this. Private audio system. There we go. So now we're going to play a sound. Good. And then we need an unlock door, which I guess you need to use a key on the door for that. So you have to interact with it. Require the key to be selected for you to unlock the door. Play this sound ID unlock. All right, so how are we looking on this? So if we go to the community center, we have this one door there. You're only supposed to open one of them, though. So actually, this door would already have been open. Interesting. Yeah, so we should export a private pool is open to begin with. And then here we say set door open is open to begin with and false. play sound equals true. Yeah. So if play sound. All right, there we go. Now, what's the problem here? Duplicate definition. What? Oh, no, the name of the, oh man. You can't have a namespace reflect the name of a folder. We can change that by moving where the community center is. I would need to do that now, though. And this will probably break some stuff. Yeah, this broke something. Yeah, it's this. This is now / community center. I hope this works. All right, so we have 2 doors. Door 1 is going to be open already. How do we do this? Failed to build. Contains definition for community center. Oh man, come on. Oh, this just needs to be changed. Oh, I think. No, that doesn't work. You can't have a class name match a... No, you can. Yeah, no, that should fix it then. Nope, it does not fix it. Unless we need to change this now too. Yeah, that works. Nice. Okay, so... Oh, nope, that super broke. What happened here? What messed up? Community center. This is the town. The town is probably broken now. It doesn't have a script here anymore. Hey TJ, how you doing? Something very much messed up. I don't know what I did. Here it is, community center. Does it have the wrong script? It does. I thought I fixed that. All right, what about now? Yeah, this is just because of the naming problem that I had. This is not supposed to be the hard part. Now there's another issue here, a bunch of them. Cannot open file community center. Yeah, why is it even trying to do this though? Nothing should be doing this. So I'll search for this over here, RG. It exists in one spot in communitycenter.tscn. So we just got to go change that. This is wrong. Yes, this is wrong. And now I got a third door in there somehow? What? All right, so this door is supposed to be open by default. This one's not supposed to be. So let's see. Now when you enter the community center, the one on the left should be open, the one on the right should not. They're both gonna have collision. We gotta just get all this stuff working. It didn't even work that way. What did I mess up? Oh, that. Yeah, easy. All right, so that's solved. Now we got to go set the collision correctly. So let's go into here. Static body, collision, done. And then when it's opened, we need to change the collision so that this is no longer monitoring collision. I guess we just disable it. You could also disable the shape, but I think you should disable the static body, right? Godot, best way to disable collision on a static body. We could turn off its process mode. That works. But is that best? What's idiomatic here? You know what? Let's just ask Codex. New chat. So which is more idiomatic in Godot for disabling collision on a static body 2D? Setting its process mode to disabled, or it's got to be that, because otherwise you have to go through every collision shape. Yeah, it's got to be that. Setting its collision shape 2D's disabled property to true. Yeah, I already know the answer. I already know what I want to do, but still I want to see what this says. Didn't get the job I interviewed for, but it created a little buzz about my department, and I got recommended to apply for a position that posted today, lateral into a different department, which will allow for future growth. All right, all right. It's one of those close a door but open a window kind of things. I hope it works well for you, TJ. Hey, LA, how you doing? Set this to true, usually deferred if you're doing it during physics callbacks. For a static body 2D, changing process mode is a broader node or lifecycle control. Okay, sure. All right. Oh yeah, I gotta type this too. What am I doing? There we go. All right, so collision shape 2D. We're working on the community center today, LA. Private collision shape 2D, collision shape. Good. All right, so set door opened. We want to do this here. Collision shape dot disabled is if it's open. Yeah. And we might need to defer this. But let's try it for now. Eventually, this is going to probably be called from a physics tick where you press a button or something. So yeah, nice. Now this door is open. You should be able to walk right through it. You can actually technically walk through the frame. We got to stop that because that looks bad. And then over here, you can't walk through this one, right? No. Nice. This place does not look good. I know that. We're going to make it look better later. All right, so the frame, the door frame should be changed. So this is going to be the static body 2D, or like entire door, or maybe like door opening static body. And we duplicate this and call this door frame static body. So this one never goes away. This needs to be a totally different collision shape. So make unique. Oh, it's got to be two collision shapes. And then the opening just needs to be the middle part. And it's kind of hard to tell where it ends. So let's do that. So we could do that and that. Oh, no, other way. What am I doing? No, that's correct. Yeah. And now we need to change these to be the opposite. So that's one of them. And that is another one. Why doesn't this one line up? No, it's off by 1 pixel. Oh man, I don't know how to fix that. Jake, thanks for the resub. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Thought of you when I saw this video on our game dev comparing the same project in Godot versus Unity. Performance diff is insane. Godot crushes it in both dev and release builds. I saw that the video was there. I didn't actually watch the video, but it's nice to hear that Godot is doing well. What is going on with this though? Why can't we get these to align? Oh, because it's negative 1.5. Ah, so we just set this to negative 1.5 as well. I don't really care. Whoa, okay. Let's I don't really care if they are offset slightly from the world. I care if they're offset from one another. So this looks pretty good. So now if you turn this off, in fact, maybe we should color this a different color. Whoops, not that one. God, I'm messing everything up. That's basic here. Yeah, like that. So now you can tell the inside is a different color. All right, so this is the one we want to turn off or on if you open the door. So now you should be able to collide with the frame no matter what. So if I walk into the frame, it doesn't actually let us enter this room. Yeah, you can collide with it a little bit. I don't know. That's not great. Yeah. Hey, Tim Bears. Okay, cool. All right, we're looking good. We are looking good. So we now need an interact region with the door. So area 2D, interact area. and add a collision shape. Dev is going pretty well today. I'm hoping to get done with this by the end of the morning. We got another like 2.5 hours to work. I don't think I'm going to spend all 2.5 hours if I get done with it sooner. But the goal is to get the end of the demo pretty much done. This is not going to be a public demo yet, but we have this community center. I have very hastily drawn in what we need, but it's going to look better in the future. The way this scene is going to work is you and Sidekick will enter, and you have a key, and this door is locked, and this door is open, and Sidekick is going to, well, I guess you're going to unlock this door, and then you're each going to walk into your respective rooms, and there's a switch in each one. When you toggle the switch, it's going to lock both doors again, and a portal is going to appear. So the only way out is to take the portal, and you're going to go into different games. So Sidekick will go into a different game. I mean, this game doesn't need to exist. We just say that they went into a different game, and then you're going to go into a game that does exist, and maybe it's a space shooter or something. I don't know what, but yeah, it'll be very different from a farming game. And yeah, this will kick off the rest of your journey. Are they playing the game too? No, they're kind of interesting in that there are NPCs in this game, and there are what I'm calling agents. So NPCs are your like typical idiot NPCs from old RPGs. They say things like, "How's the weather?" Agents are NPCs with agency, so they can think for themselves. And the way this manifests is, let me show you. I don't know if anyone cares about this, but I'll show this for anyone who hasn't seen it. So it is manifests is they can make their own choices. So let's say we're in the game and we go over to here. I'll just show this off briefly. So like this character says, you know, lovely weather we're having, isn't it? So now Sidekick pops out of the house. They come over to you. I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. Yeah, whatever. Eureka, that proves it. You have agency. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were the new villager to move in a few weeks ago. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. So this is something I thought was pretty clever. You ask it a question, and now I just press a button. Now I'm not choosing this. It's picking its own answer and then responding to you. So this is to indicate that like, oh yeah, they're not just following some script. They're like choosing their own options. Obviously it is following a script, but yeah, it's a nice way of doing this, I think. Big brain game dev plays. I did see where you had it choosing as some dialogue. Yeah. So I like this. I think it's pretty nice. So yeah, eventually they go over to here. Let me speed this up. And you will go... Right, let's slow this down now. So yeah, you talk to this person. They say, that's the biggest strawberry I've ever seen. I grew some myself. They were never that big. Now you throw them in the trash cans. You get a key. And they lead you to the community center. Which, if you get there first, I guess we need them to appear in the community center. Yeah, and then you'll go over here and you'll unlock this door. There'll be some dialogue and everything. Hey, Vesper. Welcome in. And hey, Leans. I always thought you were choosing their answer. Yeah, I probably need to make it a little bit clearer. All right, let's go and write that down too. So if you arrive at the community center before Sidekick, they need to enter shortly after you. If you arrive after them, they should already be in there. Yeah. Really neat. Yeah, thank you. Hey, 9. Should make you walk as slow as a Sidekick. So they walk at a speed of 50 when you don't have to follow, and 45 when you have to follow. You walk at 40 when you have the axe and 80 when you don't. So you can move at roughly double their speed when you're supposed to follow them, assuming you threw the axe. And if you didn't, then you're walking a little slower than they are. I still don't think it's going to be that difficult to follow them because you're not walking that far. And eventually the community center will look very different from how it does now. So right now it looks like just another house. But once it looks like a distinct building, you'll be like, oh, that's the place I have to go. Now, if you do try going somewhere else, I just added this in this morning. So let's say we talk to this person, blah, blah, blah. All right, skip current dialogue, and then go get our strawberries, and then go dump them in. Whoops. That was peculiar. Okay, so if you try leaving up here, it says you think of heading north, but you feel the urge to go to the community center instead. So like things are going to try to steer you back here. Also, you can dig up all the other houses. You can't dig up the community center. Yeah. Does that one guy say in the strawberry fields? Not quite. So the way he actually works is he walks around in a big spiral, and the spiral keeps getting larger and larger until he's no longer on the screen. So it's one of those like goofy things that's only part of Stuck in a Broken tutorial. I don't think I can show that off though, unless I do maybe this. Oh yeah, this might work. All right, so yeah, check this out. I'll speed through this. The dialogue doesn't matter. All right, there we go. So now they walk away, and if you go over to where they are, they walk like this. Like I said, it's just a bigger and bigger spiral. So eventually they'll be gone, and you can't talk to them or anything. Although I do want to make it so that if you use the shovel on them, then you gift it to them, and they say that they hate it, then you can't use your shovel anymore. So yeah, I want there to be a lot of like little gags and jokes in this game. And this is one of them. He'll eventually walk through the house. And that's fine. This is supposed to be pretty doofy. So yeah. And then I think he pretty much disappears at that point. Yeah, you can see him for like one more cycle, then he's just gone. So I like this. I am curious, like, there are going to be people who appreciate different aspects of humor in this game, and some people who probably won't laugh at anything. I am curious how people will react to some of this stuff. If you just launch him with a shovel. Yeah, I have a couple more gags planned with the tutorial man. Okay, so we got the doors. What was the next thing we have to do? So this is done. Require the key to be selected for you to unlock the door. Yeah, so we were making the interaction region, and I didn't ever finish this. So this should have a collision like so. Done. And then the collision shape should be just pretty much anywhere within the vicinity of the door, but below it. So like that, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so the only door you can unlock, though, is the one on the right. So this is the, like, locked door, and this is the open door. And we need to know when you've gotten close to the locked door with the key in your inventory. So I guess farm player, we could do this here. Where is this? NPC. Yeah, here it is. If selected item is, yeah, we don't have a key here. So if you have a key selected, try using key. It's gonna be something like this. All right, so get the overlapping areas. And if it is a door and the door is locked, we don't have an is locked thing here. I could set this to, it's just closed. I guess it's the same as being locked. Return opened sprite dot visible. I guess it's closed sprite dot visible. Okay, there. So now, how does this work? We want to... we want to remove your item. So how about we just signal upward? Actually, how will we do this? And we need to open the door. And we need to play a sound effect. Okay, we can do most of that stuff here. So audio system dot play sound. Was it lower? Yeah. Play sound. Unlock. And maybe something like used key invoke. And then I want the door to open it. Set door open true. and then used key so that we can get rid of the key. This is rather unfortunate. So I don't want to do this. Wait, no, we gave them the farming game. I'll just do that. That's much better. Yeah. Farming game dot used key. All right. I did not mean to put this there. I meant to put it over here. Oh man, I don't like how that happens. Yeah. Private void used key. Except for it needs to be public. Hotbar dot remove selected item. All right, so it unlocks the door. It plays the sound of unlocking, plays the sound of opening, removes the key. Is that everything? This is done. This is done. This is done. Yeah, let's go try it. I got to turn on sound for this, of course. Oh, I don't have a key. So I can't do anything, can I? Oh, you can't water the door. We got to get a key. All right. Key. Add key. Here it is. Farm game. I guess let's just do the before sidekick. Let's just put this cheat over here. Where is it? Here it is. Hotbar dot add key. All right, this should not stay in the game. But this will let me test this at least. All right, let's listen for the sounds. Well, that crashed. Is open, true. What's going wrong here? The audio system doesn't exist? It doesn't exist. Yeah, we need to initialize the doors. Town zone. No, it's community center. Does community center get initialized with an audio system? It gets initialized with the farming game, and the farming game has the audio system. Did I make that public? Audio system. No, it's protected. Do I emit upward? How is this supposed to work? Played sound. Yeah, okay, sure. That's fine. All right, so what am I doing here? No, this won't work. Unless I... Oh, man. I think we got to refactor this. How often is this used? Only in a few places. Yeah, I'm going to refactor this. Man. There are a bunch of different ways we could do this. We could just make the audio system public on farming game. I think that's pretty reasonable. I also think just passing it around is reasonable, so let's just do that. Audio system. Good. Audio system equals audio system. So now create a property for that. This should be protected. Oops. Okay, get private set equals null. Delete played sound entirely. So that's going to break a bunch of stuff. This will all just turn into play sound. At which point, we don't need this to exist at all. Yeah, so this is going to break everything. I actually I like Ryder's way of doing this. Like, I just click this and fix it. I think VS Code, I had to like alt click or something, and it wasn't an easy link at the beginning. This is pretty nice. All right, so we need the audio system here too. Easy peasy. We need to fix this. This doesn't need to exist. We need to fix this. This also apparently doesn't need to exist. What is this doing? Town has sidekick play sound, place sound. Sound ID, audio system, not play sound. Yeah, it's not the best. It's not bad. Play question mark sound. And what's the final one of these? All right, now the whole reason we did any of this is so that you could open the door. So the door needs to have sounds on it. And there are two doors that are going to close themselves. So I guess technically both of these would need this. So maybe we should add in a node 2D doors. Okay, so for each door in get node 2D doors get children of type door init with an audio system, which we can't do from here. We have to do from over here. And this doesn't have it. Oh, it's not even in the town. What am I doing? It's in the community center. And base zone should have, yeah, set farming game. So I guess we want to override a init here. I sure hope so. Public override void init. All right, does this work? I don't know what order this is going to be in. Let's just try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I know there's an ordering problem and we'll fix it. All right, give me those sounds. Cool. Cool. Hey, Zara. Oh, no. Oh, you walk on top of the door frame. Oh, no. The reason this is going to be annoying is because we can set an open door to have a higher Z index, but then it's gonna always appear above you. So, how do we do this then? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try this again. So this is good. Then when you walk here, it should look like you're lower than it. And when you're here, maybe what we should do is just add like a wall graphic up here that shows up above you. Higher level wall. I don't know. All right, now delete everything in here. And go put this in. This won't look good. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing in many regards. Yeah, you're supposed to look like you're going underneath this, which means we got to set the Z index higher. So that would probably be better if the door were on top of that now too, and then the door being on top is going to make it look bad. I think. Like, I don't think there's any winning this. But this needs to look like it's even on top of the door, I guess. No, that's... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. In case that wasn't obvious. I mean, maybe it's just that we're supposed to use actual wall graphics here. So maybe we try putting like this in. I don't know what I'm doing. The soundtrack is so good when I'm just away or working away on stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Scholar. I like the soundtrack too. I think it's good. I can appreciate my own work. I cannot appreciate that I can't fill in doors. So this is how this was supposed to look. There's like a tiny bit of wall above it. The door shows up on top of the wall. And I guess all that's fine except for I can't get it to look like it's closed correctly. Also, how do the walls end here? They end in some like ceiling graphic. So I guess I'm supposed to put this on top. Or this one maybe. One of these graphics is correct, and I don't know which one it is. It's got to be with it at the bottom of the tile, but nothing above it. I don't see that here. Oh, this one. Yeah, so something maybe like this. Where's the corner? I want just that corner. I don't see it in these tiles. Oh, it's this. Yeah, there we go. And that's not even what I want. I want the one that has. I should just make an auto tile out of this. It'd probably be easier at this point than me trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Is there one that has... No, I don't see the tile that I want. All right. Hey, Mooncakes. Maybe you could edit the upper blocks to have the upper part of the door frame. I don't know. I'm having a hard time picturing this. I've never been very good at this stuff. Anyway, if we just plug in like something like this here, does this even look... No. So yeah, the problem is where the door aligns with this thing. I think we need something custom here somehow. Like, I don't think this is how the graphics were intended to be used. In this case, you walk like into the room and there's all this stuff on top of you. If we could just get that, I think this would look convincing. Like, I need this part. I need it to look like that. Door could be shorter. Yeah, making it shorter could help. Let me open this up to the side. So how do I replicate that? There, the door actually looks taller than it currently is. Is that a problem with the door graphic that I used? Huh, no. Why is that? Is it just 'cause it's aligned perfectly and I didn't align mine? No. I don't understand why their graphic, the door looks a lot taller. Is it an illusion? Is it a different height? Are these ones shorter maybe? Let's find out. This is 23 pixels. This is 23 pixels. They're the same size. Why don't I seem to have the same relative sizes here? Maybe they used a different wall texture? It looks like it's the same though. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, I want this to look at least decent. So yeah, how do we get this to match? I mean, also the door doesn't fit inside this frame. Do they ever use double doors in here? They don't. They use them anywhere? They do there, and there it works. I think what they're doing is they're covering like half of a tile beneath it. I need to do something like that too. Because yeah, this looks pretty good. I don't think I can easily do that though. Like, we don't have half a tile, do we? No, we don't. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I think the reason why is they don't ever show the open doors here. Yeah, they don't. Not the open double doors, I mean. It doesn't align. It's moved up a bit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I cannot make sense of this. Yeah, how'd they get their door to fit? It looks like they use one wall tile here, one wall tile here, and the door just magically fits in between. Maybe that's true for the 16 pixel wide doors, but for the ones that are larger, it doesn't seem like it's true. And it seems like I need to cut off part of a tile here. And if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. But then how do we do this top part too? I think we need to cut out a part of the tile here as well. Yeah. Because, yeah, once the door is open, you're going to see the wall. Like here, they don't ever show the door being open. And another way we could do this is we could have just not modified the sprite. Like I could have just used this sprite. Maybe that would look better. Let's try it. It's not hard to do. We just go into the door thing and open sprite. We'll duplicate this. And we'll turn this one off and we'll change this to the original graphic, which is where? Right there. So 9664. Is that any better? No. Oh, man. Yeah, no. I think it's terrible. Yeah, the only thing I think we'd have to do here is we need to like very custom make this. The wall so that you don't see it behind the door. This needs to have some extension portion to it. We could bake it into part of the door so it connects correctly. But like right now, this does not smoothly connect to the sides. And you can see there are pixels on both sides of this. So it's not even like, well, I just aligned it wrong. There's just not enough space. And even then, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 pixels off. And it's not like I'm just using the graphics wrong, right? No, there's just a bunch of space between these. Huh. You can see here there's no space. Like this was how these were supposed to be used originally. Yeah, it does look like it's stretched a bit. But again, it's using just a single door, and the single doors do cover the entire width. I mean, look, if these are doors, I guess even I could just expand these myself. Problem is then they wouldn't be even. That's probably why they didn't do this. Because you can't evenly divide it. At least not with how they laid them out. Okay, so expanding the door should probably be done via the graphic. Then what do we do about the top of it? We could actually just shrink that. Because I don't know how else you're going to smoothly walk through here. All right, I don't know. Let's try modifying the graphic. So I want this section to be moved here. I should have done that differently. I should have moved this whole thing, right? Yeah. This section should be moved like that. Then we just pick here and draw this pixel. There. Okay, then same thing for the other side. I don't know why I'm making this hard for myself. Yeah, merge down, merge down. Okay, so copy this over to here. We got to make sure this is the exact boundary that this should be at. I think we went 1 pixel too far. Yes, I think that's better. All right, so now we have a wide door. Can we export this back to where it was? So the closed door should look good now. It should look wider than what we currently have, and it doesn't, which means I must have messed something up. What? How could I have messed this up, though? Just rerun this. Hey, Kibble Soup. Second copy on the right also made the door frame bigger. As in, I messed something up? Oh, hey, there we go. Okay. Yeah, neat. Oh, this. I think you mean. Like I added an extra pixel there? Wait, did I add an extra pixel there? What did that used to look like? Yeah, at the bottom of this, right? I think you're right. Let's pick this and delete. There. Okay, so now we have our larger sprite in the game. And something's wrong. What am I doing? Here it's using the wider sprite. Here it isn't. Maybe I just need to reopen the scene. Nope. Maybe I need to... What do I need to do? It's like it didn't re-import. All right, well now it definitely re-imported, but it doesn't look any different. I didn't change, like now it should be using the 32 pixels it was originally supposed to be using. Yeah, man, this was not supposed to be the hard part. I thought I could just plop these graphics in. I can't. And I'm getting stuck on walking through a door in the game. Maybe we should move on and get everything else done because it'll probably be much faster progress. I also kind of want to see if I just reload the whole project. Does this show up as a full-size door now? Yep, it does. Okay. Well, that means I got to expand the collision too. But yeah, now in the community center. Okay, so now there's no gap. And we need to do the same thing over here when the door is open. So if I show the open sprite, now it's going to look bad. Yep. But that's okay. Because that should be much easier to do. We just need to figure out how much we should have moved the door by to begin with. So 1 pixel on the left, it looks like. Yeah, 1 pixel on the left and 2 pixels on the right. All right, got to remember that. So copy paste this. 1 pixel on the left. I want to copy it with the transparency so this doesn't happen. But I guess it doesn't matter. As long as we know there was transparency there, we could just go delete it. So there and there. And then 2 pixels on the right. 1, 2. Okay. Now we export this. And then we need to oh, nice. It just worked. All right, so that fixes the gap. Now I got to change the collision shapes. Hey, Galaxy Inferno. Maybe I'm a morning person now. Maybe. How's it going? All right, we should just be able to move this by 1 pixel and then set this to negative 1.5. And then move this by 1 pixel, 2 pixels, and set this to negative 1.5. And then expand this to fill in the middle. All right, there we go. So this does not fix the height of the door, but at least there won't be a weird gap now. And we probably need to change the z-index of the door based on whether it's open or not. Isn't that fun? Isn't this whole thing fun? Actually, wait a second. We can just change the z-index of this. We need to change of the door. Also, I got to take a break pretty soon. Where did I do this? I modified this somewhere and I can't find it now. Oh, I changed it on doors. I don't want to change it on doors. I want to change it on... Oh, no, but I need to. Oh, God. This. Yeah, this sucks. This definitely sucks. Okay, I gotta take a break. Yeah, let me take a break. Happy about that. Maybe I can work on cool personal stuff again now or read a book. Oh, nice. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Close the game. Hey, Noptra. Excuse me. Can't you just change the Z index of the upper door frame? Like split the sprite again and do that? We probably could. Yeah, we could probably do that. I mean, we'll need to figure this out. I don't remember exactly where I left off here, but it was, I think this. How do we want this to work? We want this to show above the wall. And then we want the player to show below the wall. I have Y sorting on already. It's just weird with doors because, yeah, I do think you need to split this. Like, this looks good enough, I suppose. Then you open this and now it's weird. So we need the wall itself to be blocked. And then you're supposed to like walk under all of this. And I just can't get this stuff to look good. Why is the player though showing like this? I think yeah, I think there are too many little tricks I have to do here. I mean, if we shrink the door frame, it might be easier to work with. It might make the door look kind of stupid though. But imagine if the door frame had been shrunk. Yeah, it'd be like this. Then you just walk into the room. Yeah, that would look probably pretty reasonable. Is it worth shrinking this down? Maybe we don't even have the top of the door frame there. I mean, if we're going to put this here, we might as well put this like that. And you'll dig this out if you dig it, right? Maybe you would. I'm actually kind of curious about that. Not that this matters. Yes, you would. So you can see the character there. Yeah, so I think what we should do is just shrink the door frame. Let's go do that. I don't like any of this, just to be clear. So how much do we have to shrink it by? It currently spans 23 pixels. So we got to chop 7 pixels off of this thing. And we chop them off the top. I'm gonna just take it from here down to where the door handles are. We're gonna just copy paste and move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, look, it kind of perfectly fits. Okay, let's try that. And then save this. And then go take a look in the game. So now we should have a very short door. It doesn't update immediately. I don't know why that's happening. I modified the right door. And presumably the graphic here changed, right? Yeah. But it didn't change in Godot. Strange. And if I run the game, it will have changed in the game. So something knows that it's updated. Yeah, so there's our short door. Now if we open it, it's going to turn into a tall door again. And yeah, we just cover it with this wall to make it look like you're walking inside. I don't know. I just don't, none of this looks good to me. I think it's because we're trying to sort of emulate 3D here, but in a way that's not convincing. Yeah. I mean, I can make the same change over here if we want, just to see, but I don't think it's going to help. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah. And then delete all of that. Then re-export it. And go take a look at that in the game. Yeah, so the handles need to move, of course. But assuming they moved, it's like the sound makes it sound like a door just opened, so that's good too. Oh, now you're walking on top of the frame. Just nothing's ever easy, is it? So I guess for the open door, we don't want to change the graphic. And I wonder if we should move these. There. I need this to be smaller. And now it won't work, will it? Oh, well. Okay. What happened there? I should really just either learn how to use this program or just stop using this program. But there should not be an in-between that I have right now where I don't know what I'm doing with any of this. Whoops. I'm getting a little bit better at it. All right, there we go. So, export that. So is this good enough? Does it look stupid? It probably looks stupid. It does look stupid. Yeah, it does look stupid. It looks dumb with a tiny door there. It's just, yeah. And this one also, well, I guess we just need the wall for this one so it doesn't look like you're walking on top of it. It's passable for now. I should stop thinking about this. Yeah, it's passable. All right, so how do we fix the wall now? I want it to look like the reference picture that we had here. And then there's this top bit that connects the rooms. I guess we need that. So we pick one of these colors. And what we already had was decent. So we can put this here, and then this here, and this here. And then we need the ceiling part. And yeah, that I don't exactly know how we do. I think that's where this comes in. And we just need it to look like... We probably just need the actual walls to be used for this too. And then it probably wouldn't look as bad. Like if I did this here. Yeah, something like that. And then it could connect in the middle. Has to look like that piece. And then same thing here. And then these would go across. All right, how's that look all together? And just delete this. You're supposed to walk under this part though. So this part would need to be in the higher layer. And we delete it from this layer. I don't know. I'm yeah. I'm done. I don't care. We're just gonna move on. This is a waste of time. Yeah, so you'd have to walk into the room like this. Is there some other way we could do this that wouldn't involve me struggling so much? I don't know. Yeah, let's move on. All right. Well, I like thoroughly messed up the doors then. Need to figure out what in the world to do with the doors. There's just no way to have them look convincing. We need some opening that you can walk through, that you can later close. All right, well, we did all this stuff. So sounds for that, done. Door, done. You can unlock it. Let's go do the lever and the portal and everything. So lever. This is going to be an animated sprite. So let's change the type of this to a node 2D. Add in, whoops, that was supposed to happen. Add in an animated sprite. Set the texture filter to nearest. New sprite frames. Go add in the sprites for the lever. Huh, where is that? I put that in world? I don't know where I put it. I would expect it to be in objects, but huh. I put it in world super retro world. Okay, got it. Good. All right, so zoom in. So these are, I think, 16 by 16. Yeah, so we want these three graphics. So it's going to start like that. When you play this, it's going to toggle it. We don't want it to loop. That's probably a decent speed to do it at. Sure. So animated sprite. Let's keep that the same name. So default. Yeah, that's fine. And then we need for the, no, that's actually good. All right, let's go attach a script. Source, subgame, farming game, zones, community center, lever. All right, let's get to work. Animated sprite 2D, animated sprite. What is going on with that? There we go. So public void init audio system. Save that off. Get this, null that out. All right, good. And then public void toggle. There's only, you can't toggle this in both directions. So all we need to do is animated sprite.play, play sound, sound ID dot farming toggle lever. We need to go come up with what that sounds like. Let's go back to our sound effects here. Lever. I don't know. Yeah. It's like kind of a mechanical sound, right? That kind of sounds like it. Could also just sound like a generic, like, no, that wouldn't be good. This is fine. Yeah, /05. Let's remember that one. It's not bad, at least. It's maybe not the best possible one. Oh, that's not bad, too. Yeah, I kind of like that one. Hmm. That's pretty good, too. Actually, a lot of these are pretty good. I like that. I like that one. Yeah. Unequippable 5. Sounds good. Whoops. 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 I want to paste. There we go. Cool. So that's the toggle lever. Good. We play the animated thing, and we need to know that you can toggle it. So private bool, or not even private, public bool can toggle get private set equals true. And if not can toggle return and set it to false. Okay, so allow you to toggle only once, done. Doing so should lock the door, add collision, and add interactive region. All right, let's go do that. So we need a static body 2D, collision shape underneath it, do all this like we normally do. That looks good. I don't really need to be too crafty with this. Then set the correct collision here, done. And then add in an area 2D. This is going to be like interactive region with another collision shape. This one needs to be bigger. There we go. You don't need to be facing it or anything. I don't think that matters. Okay. And then we need to set this correctly. Done. All right. Now in the community center, we have one lever here, and we need the other one over here. Excuse me. Now we need to know that you've gotten close enough to toggle them. So community center. We know that you can toggle it too. For that, we ended up getting the farming game. Let me think about this. Oh, we could just check the lever here. Yeah. Try toggling lever. So you actually shouldn't be able to toggle the one in the left room because it's going to lock the door. Wait, does this make sense? How would... No. It locks both doors after you press them both. But you can't press them both. This doesn't make any sense. It can't be a lever. It's got to be a switch that you stand on. Yeah, it's got to be a switch that you stand on. Or maybe leaving the room just toggles the lever back. It could be. So like they need to be pressed within a certain amount of time of one another. Yeah, that could work. Am I complicating this? So the point is you need to go into separate portals. Hey Day. Where you need to hold it. Yeah. You need to go into separate portals. So there needs to be some mechanism requiring you each to be in one of the rooms. So if it's a lever, then the lever needs to be the levers need to be toggled within a certain amount of time of one another. And if it's a switch, then you need to be standing on the switch at the same time as sidekick. So if you were to go into one room and toggle the lever and then leave it, it'll eventually just untoggle itself. So the locking of the doors doesn't really matter. We don't even really need doors here, do we? We could just not have doors on the room at all. We could just make the portals appear when you both press the switch, and then they disappear if you wait too long. And there's no way to make it between the rooms to go to the wrong portal. Yeah, hey Magnus. Wait, but then the key wouldn't have mattered. Never mind. I'm being stupid. Then the key wouldn't have mattered. Oh my god. Maybe the community center itself is locked and we just have timed levers inside. Would that be a problem? Like you find a key and then Sidekick says like, oh man, the only locked door I've ever seen in this entire town is in the community center. So you walk to the community center and then you have to unlock it. And then you just go inside. And now you're both seeing this for the first time. There are levers on opposite sides of the room. And pressing one does nothing, but pressing both of them opens a portal, 2 portals. And if you walk too far away, the lever like untoggles itself. That could work. That could solve our door problem. I don't really think there's anything too particular that we need to keep in mind other than this, right? The main things, the invariants, are you each have to go into different portals. The key needs to matter since Sidekick didn't have a key. Or like the key to the community center. And it needs to require 2 people. And we've hit all of those. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so does this sound good for both directions of pressing the lever? No. It only sounds good for one direction. We need the opposite of this. Maybe this. Yeah. Love it. All right. New plan. New plan. So farming toggle lever on and off. All sound data. So this is going to be toggle on. And then the off one is going to be the equip sound that we had. Which is called... I don't know where that went. But it's right here. How's that sound again? Yeah. Okay. So levers can toggle on or off, which now means we need animations for both of them. So right now we have an animated sprite that has... I mean, it's not clear which way is on and which way is off. So let's say let's say this is the on position. So this is the turn off animation. And then we need a turn on animation. And that's going to be the same graphics here, but just in the other direction. You actually, can you play an animation backwards? If you can, we don't even need two animations. Do I even care? I don't care. It's fine to have two animations. Okay, so we want to start in the, I guess in this position. So it looks like it's to the left. So you have to turn it on. And we want to play that. So we need to know whether this is on or off. So it's not even can toggle. It's more like public bool is off. Turn on the slime garbage machine. Gotta throw an extractor in here. So if it's not off, then return is off equals false. Play turn on and play farming turn on. Yeah. So this is toggle. I guess there's like, can the player toggle it on? So this is toggle on and toggle off or like turn off. If it's already off, then don't do anything. Otherwise, do this stuff. Now, we don't account for the amount of time it takes to animate this, so I'm just going to ignore that part. So there's going to be turn off, and there's going to be off. And is off is going to be true. All right. So now we need an interactive region here. So farm player. Try toggling lever. Lever, lever, and lever dot is off. All right, so we don't play the sound from here, I guess. We just do lever dot toggle on. There's no used key needed. Merge in the pattern, sure. Couldn't I have done that with the door? No, because I made this into this. Yeah, shouldn't this just be like so? Yep, now I think I can use a pattern. Nice. Cool. Okay, so you can toggle the lever. It'll make a sound. We don't actually initialize the lever, so we need to go do that. Yeah, we're making progress here. This is just a lot slower than I wanted to because I got stuck on the stupid doors. Levers. Put this here. Good, good, good. All right, so community center, we're going to do the same thing with the levers. Lever in levers of type lever. All right, let's go try that out. You should be able to toggle a lever, and that's it. It'll just stay on forever. Should not happen that way, though, and this broke anyway. Cannot find animated sprite, right? Because I always do that. It's animated sprite 2D. I do want the levers to turn off after some time, so maybe we should trigger a timer here. Disable timer or turn off timer. We could just add this to the scene directly, right? Lever, add, timer. All right, so wait time 1 second, one shot. It's true. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, go fetch that. Turn off timer equals get timer. All right, so once you toggle it on, we're going to start this timer. And then we're going to listen for the timeout. Plus equal turn off. But if you turn them both on at once, no, actually the same thing should happen, right? Yeah. All right, so there's a lot of little particulars we have here, and we got to make sure you can't kind of fool this system. Although if we just never make it so you can go into a different game after this anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. But let's try it. So if we walk into this room and toggle the lever and we start sound effects. It doesn't work. What have I done? Interactive region, is that correctly? Oh, I know what I did wrong. We don't have a thing here. Yeah, bool. Return true. Return false. Talking to NPC. Should probably just have like an interact with stuff around you sort of thing, because this is kind of stupid. But still, let's try it. Okay, that looks weird. Is it set to loop? Yes. Whoops. Okay. Not me to do that. Oh, we'll get there. Okay, so first of all, there should be a faster animation for both of these. So maybe like 8 frames per second. And the one going backward, turn off, should probably be even faster, like 15 frames per second. All right, that looks good, right? Let's try the other one. Yeah, so that first bit, it looks bad. We start in the... What's going on with that? How do you get back to current time? Here we go. Yeah, so here. So we toggle this switch. Come on, past Adam, toggle the switch. There we go. So you press it and it goes left first. No, that's not right. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh, it's on by default. Oh, right. Because we are auto playing something, right? No, we're not. Wait. It's in the left position. And then we go tap this. And it's working just fine now. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I had it as autoplay before. What about this one? Yeah, it looks fine. I don't know what was wrong. I think the sound effects work too. So that's like barely enough time for you to even get out of the room. We need you to have enough time to get into the portal. So it can't be 1 second. It's got to be 4 seconds maybe. Again, you can move this fast. So would this be enough time for you to get to the other portal? Yes, it would be. Okay, so we need to stop that from happening. Yeah, you could easily make it. All right, so we gotta chop out like a second. We can also just put some barriers or a tiny maze or something. I don't know. There are a lot of ways we can stop this from happening. We could just also toggle it off as soon as you get close, and not have it be based on time solely. I kind of messed up there. Well, let me try again. Yeah, so you can't make it Someone's probably going to be crafty enough to figure out how to make it, though. And right now, you can just carve your way through this. So you can do this. And this is a walk to the other portal. Hey, Nightlight. But yeah, we'll figure out the exact timings later. Like I said, we can just put some walls in between here. So imagine we had you walk in this pattern to get around. So we just put like some walls right here. That would also work. Yeah. In fact, why don't we do that? Wall layer. Like this. Even this alone makes you have to path around some extra tiles there. You can fit in one tile areas. I just don't think it's very nice. Yeah, anyway, that's good enough for now. Yeah, sure. All right, so where do we leave off with this? So you can toggle the switch, but it's just you toggling in. So the sidekick would also come over here and toggle it. And then you'd each go into your portals. Or maybe just leaving the room causes it to reset. That might make more sense. Yeah. Yeah, that might make more sense. Leaving the room just immediately resets it. I like that. So there's no timer on this at all. Well, digging the walls out, we're going to probably prevent in here. Or maybe attempting to dig in here throws your shovel on the ground. Yeah, but I think timing this is a bad idea. Yeah, let's delete that. So delete that, delete that. Delete that, delete that. So when you step outside of one of these rooms, it should just toggle it off. And we need to make sure that after you toggle yours, sidekick toggles theirs. Portals appear. Note, if you walk outside the room, then it'll turn the levers off. It could just wall you in or something, right? Actually, it could be that after the portal appears, it just kind of sucks you into the portal. No, it should be your choice. Yeah, okay. All right, allow you to toggle it. Doing so should lock the door. No, we're not going to do that anymore. Add collision, add interactive region. We did all this stuff. Make the portal scene. I mean, we already had the animated sprite. That's all we really need, right? I did make it a scene, though. So yeah, we would add in the portals. All right, that's fine. So this stuff's done. The sounds are pretty much done. Maybe add a portal sound. All right, so now we're on the scripted part, right? So you enter, you both walk to the locked door, the key works. So I think we changed this to the community center being locked. What does the person say? The only locked door, okay, how about this? The only locked door I've ever seen is to the community center. Is that how you would phrase this? Only locked door I've ever seen is maybe in the community center. Is at the community center? Yeah, that's probably best. You shall not dig. Yeah, I think something that acknowledges that like you know what you're doing and that you're trying to break the game. But I don't know how much I like that. I almost wonder if there's something else that should happen here. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, at the community centers. Then you say, let's go. and it calls go to community center, which does what? Follow me. Yeah, okay, great. So then you get there. So that's what would play the locked door. So all this door stuff that I just did is completely pointless, which is kind of sad. I spent like an hour on that, and I like the sound effects and everything. But yeah, now we're not going to need to play any of that. Just the unlock sound. Yeah, it's kind of sad. All right, well, I'll write it down. Delete door.tscn, delete door.cs. We just don't need to use them for now. We can also fix how this stuff looks. This is trash. Ancient row. Maybe the portal sucks you in. Well, the portal might not exist yet. So the problem would be if you... Wait, no, we could just make it so that digging isn't actually a concern, right? Yeah, because as long as you step outside the room, if it turns off the lever, then I guess it's okay. So yeah. We don't need to prevent digging as long as the portal and switches are fine. We just need to turn the switch off if you leave the room area. Yeah, I think that's the best solution. Okay. Whew. So you get to the community center. Sidekick can't just walk in. So wherever they're fading out right now, which is here, reach community center, they need to pause at like the side of it maybe and wait for you to unlock it. How you separate the two if both rooms are open? I'm not sure I'm following, but the way I plan on doing this is these switches require you to be in this little room, and you got to press them both or else the portals don't appear. So like one of you needs to be here and one of you needs to be here. So if you try walking over to theirs, then no one will be toggling this switch, and they won't try walking over to yours because they won't be coded to do that. So yeah, you have to be in this room for you to toggle your switch. I think it'll be a little bit clearer once we get this done, which, yeah, we're a little more pressed for time. There's a Portal to Skeletons. Yep. Or any popular game, really. Maybe it installs Minecraft on your machine. All right, so the doors aren't needed anymore. This is quite sad. Revert or delete the door graphics that I made. Okay, delete the higher level wall. This doesn't need to look like trash. We can make it look less like trash. It's not gonna look like trash. Yeah. So we do something like this for now. This room should probably be the same size, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So like this. And it's the same height. And then we'll put the entrance on the right side over here and on the left side over here. And maybe even wall that off for now and maybe wall this off. So this can be the whole size of the community center. Install GTA 6, you'd make billions. What would happen if you were to dig the lever by accident? It just won't dig it up because it's its own object in the scene. If it were in the tile map, then it would be a problem. Although we could stop that. But yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, and then we want to put the levers on the hardest side to run to or from. Actually, does it matter? It doesn't matter where these are. Yeah, doesn't matter. We'll just put this in the corner. Ideally, if there's the same Y coordinate, I'm not doing that right now. And then the portal can just go in this giant area here. And we put the other portal over here. And again, these should be lined up and everything. I'm not going to do that right now. All right. So room is looking fine. Now, we got to get the sidekick to the community center, which is what happens from town. So community center. Here it is. So they walk right to the door and then they disappear. They have to walk to near the door and then not disappear. So right now they're going right there. I think they need to stop maybe like here next to the lamppost. So let's instantiate in sidekick here and just move them to that portion and see where they can stand and not be in your way. Like that's pretty good, right? You can access the door. Alternatively, we put them here maybe. We could also move the lamppost, but we can't block the door. So it's either off the path on the right or just here, or even, I think I want to put them there. Let's put them there. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, what is their position? 419, 213. So 419, 213, which means this needs to be 419. There we go. Now when they reach the community center, nothing bad happens here. We don't need to do any of this stuff. So now they just wait for you. And you'd be able to use the key on the door. So let's go get that working. We need to unlock the door first. There's got to be some like interactivity region, community center door. All this needs to do is trigger a dialogue. Let me take a look. Community center door. Yeah, this is player went to community center. This is not what we want. We need to check if you're using the key and the parent's the door, and then allow you to walk in afterward. It's only when you enter, though. Maybe using the key immediately makes you enter. I think I like it better with you having to enter. Okay, so then yeah, the part of the issue here is that we only check to see if you've entered this thing. It's not if you're already in it and you press up. Oh wait, no, that's how it works. Oh, easy. Okay. Well then, yeah, this is just fine. All right, I thought it worked differently. So back to town for a second. So not player went to community center. This is like on player entered community center door region. This whole went to community center is going to be different. So we just need to know that you're in the region. And then when you use the key, we know that you've used it. So how do we tell that you can use it? Try using key. We check to see if it's a door and it's locked. We are, in this case, going to check to see, I guess just if you're in this region. So we don't even care about overlaps here. We just care about like if farming game dot is player in reach of community center door. Then do this stuff. And set door open we don't need. Yeah, this is kind of hacky. All right, so this is a progress flag. Where are those? Here it is. Public Bool has unlocked community center. And then we need some property here. Yeah. All right, so whenever you are in range of the community center, this is not where this happens. I don't apparently know where this happens. It happens in the town scene. Ah, yeah. This needs to tell the farming game about this. Which means we need some, like, you've left this. There's no you've left this. And we don't know that you're currently in this either. But it can keep track of this itself and just let you know. I don't like how I'm doing this. But it's also not super important, is it? Like one way of doing this is just make this public, and then over here we check whether your character's in that region. Another way is just to make a custom object there. Yeah, probably just make the custom object. I think it's slightly smarter. I don't know how I feel about this. So we add another area 2D under this, and we call this the unlock region, and then another collision shape under this. There, yeah, great. And it's when you, I guess it's the existence of this. All right, I'm gonna do it this way. I just want to see this work, and this will make it work. So this is not a great way of doing things. So let's put this back to where it was. Yeah. So now what we check is if it's an area 2D, or actually just if its name is equal to this, then we do this stuff. We don't need a door here. And we free the parent. So you can't unlock it again. So just the existence of this thing tells you whether this is unlocked or not. And that'll let you use the key. Great. It'll use the key here. Actually, we don't even need the existence of it. We can just keep track of a Boolean. Or even if you have a key in your bar. But yeah, let's say something like progress flags dot has unlocked. Didn't I already add this? Has unlocked community center. Yeah, what? Oh, this is lowercase? And there it is. Okay. And the final part of this is over here. If farming game dot has unlocked. Oh, the progress flags aren't public like that. Has unlocked community center. Then this. So we just need this to be public now. Good. It's less accessible than what? What does it say? How do I read this entire? Oh, here it is. This is internal. Let's make it public. All right, like I said, I kind of cheated my way through this, and I'm not even certain it'll work. So let's try it. Oh, right. Doors don't exist anymore here. Which means we can delete. No, that's it. So if you just try walking into the community center, nothing happens. You try using the key, nothing happens. You know why? Because I forgot to set the correct collision here. There. Let's try again. No, it still doesn't work. What? Try using key. Oh, it's not even triggering this. Did I delete that code accidentally? Or purposely, thinking I was going to do something different? No, it's right here. Is that being hit? It's not. What? Well, that's perplexing. Is it because of try-toggling the lever? No, what? This isn't being hit at all. What? How can you use any tool? Oh, I know what's going on. I'm not debugging. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know why this is failing though. There should only be 2 overlapping regions and only one of them should have the name unlock region. Yeah, so this is being hit. The name is unlock region, right? Yeah. Maybe something's wrong in there. Maybe you can't have a region as a child of another region. But there should only be 2 of these, if I'm not mistaken. Overlaps. Yeah, 2. Oh, it's not the parent. It's literally just the name of this thing. Yeah, it's the name of this thing. So delete this and delete this. All right, that is where debugging is great. An ad's gonna start. I'm not gonna take a break for this one. I'll just let it run. All right, so let's play the sound. Nice. All right, cool. So we're inside the community center. You could toggle both of these yourself. We got to stop that from happening. So let's make an untoggle area in here. Area 2D. Untoggle areas. And it's only when you enter it. Hey, Fallen Learns. So it should be pretty easy to do this. So we make a rectangle. Where is the rectangle? There it is. Let's move this over here. All right, so anywhere outside of these areas. So if you are in here, for example, you know what we could do? If you just cross the midway point, that's all we need to do. Yeah, we could just extend this super far up and down. From there, that should do it. We just need one area. Because there's no way for you to move all the way around this. You can't go out of bounds. In fact, we could do this without even using an area, but that's pretty good. So untoggle area. Good. Now go to the community center and set this private area 2D untoggle area. Good. And when you enter this, body entered. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. Is it body entered? Probably, yeah. And we copy paste this. Easy peasy. On body entered on toggle area. Okay. And then we're going to turn both levers off. So we need to save off the levers here. Private list lever levers. Cool. Save that off over here. Should know how to do this. Perfect. Then go replace all of this. And over here for each lever, lever dot turn off. Turn off? Toggle off? Toggle. Turn off? All right, let's go try it. Afternoon. It's not afternoon for me yet. It's still the morning. But good afternoon to you. All right. So you can turn on a lever. As soon as you walk out of the... Actually, not when you walk out of the room. When you go over to here. That did not work. Oh my God, I did the same thing I did earlier. Done. Does that work now? No, you can't change it on the fly. Or I started through Rider. But I think it should be fixed now. Nice. Yeah. So there's no way for you to get between these portals, even if you carve your way through here. Hey, Kappa. So yeah, you can't fool this. And then if the portals are there, then we make them disappear. So yeah, let's go do the portal stuff now. And either both portals are there or they're not there. So we can just get a portals node and change the visibility of this. So do that, do that, do that. And I guess we need to Y sort all of these things. Yeah, see if we need Y sorting. I'll just write that down. See if we need to Y sort all of the nodes in the scene. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, turn on the portals or turn them off. So node 2D portal node, portals node, and hide that by default. So whenever a lever is toggled, now we need to know at any given time how many are toggled. Int num levers on. And the lever itself needs a public event action toggled on. I only care about when it's toggled on, not toggled off. So turn on, toggled on, invoke. All right, so now we initialize the levers in here. We're also going to do toggled on plus equal on lever toggled on. Oh, wait, no, we do need to know when they're toggled off. Well, I guess we turn them off here. So we could just do this. Levers on equals 0. Yeah. And if... how do I want to do this? Private void set num levers on. Portals node visible is 2. Okay. Good. Why is there a lever in here? All right, so the portals should appear. We don't play a sound effect or anything. We should probably do that. Oh, wait, this is impossible. I didn't think about this. I can't turn on the other lever because it'll turn off the existing one as soon as I move here. Oh, rats. All right, well, we got to disable this then. Disable. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, so Y sorting is bad. Ever go back to refactor the multiple nest levels or just leave it as is? I'm kind of torn because one of the things as I become a more senior developer is realizing like what's important in a code base when working on a product. So like the game is the product here, and part of it you can look at as being money, but part of it is just the enjoyment of people playing and being able to share it with people. So let's say you have code that looks like this in x equals 5, x plus plus, x plus plus, x plus plus. This is really stupid, right? Like you should just set x to whatever that should be, 8 or 9 or whatever. Is it worth fixing this? Like maybe, if you deal with this code all the time, if other people are touching this code, if they're having a hard time understanding what it's doing, if they're having a hard time understanding why it's doing it, any of those reasons could be worthwhile. But like, let's say it was in some code you did that it's working fine, you never touch it again, it's probably not worth fixing. Like your time is better spent elsewhere almost always. And like I said, if it becomes a problem, then yes, your time is better spent here in fixing this. But yeah, like we might never come back to this farming game. We might not need to reuse the code. If we found ourselves making 5 more farming games and we needed a bunch of this functionality to work better, yeah, I'd probably refactor it. So yeah, that's my general stance on a lot of this, is just figure out if it's actually a priority or it's just an ideal nice to have. All right, so the sorting is not working. We can fix that incredibly easily by doing that and that. And And now you should be able to walk behind these. Yeah. They're much bigger than you are. I think that's okay. And the levers work? I guess you can't go behind the... Oh, no, you can go behind the levers because you can carve out the wall. Oh, but you can't touch the lever. I kind of just hastily made that collision. Let's just make it a little bit lower. We can make it a circle. And then just shrink it a bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think that changes on the fly, though. No, it doesn't. But if we restart, we'll see it work. You can walk slightly onto walls. I don't really think that's a big deal. All right, so portals up here. We can't turn these off. But yeah, everything's working pretty well. So let's enable this. Okay, so what's next? Add a portal sound. We had a portal sound in Skelecellar. Let's go find that one. Game, assets, audio, sounds, town. I'm never going to find this from here. Go to sound ID, portal. Click portal. Generic portal open. There it is. I like both those sounds. Okay, let's copy them both. These should probably go into like multiple games or something. I don't know. Portals. Portal open. Portal teleport. All right, let's go plug these in somewhere. Why not there? And one more of those. All right, portal open is generic portal open. Portal sounds. I think that's what I called it. I don't remember. Portals. That's what I called it. All right, so that's open, and this is teleport. Yeah, nice. Okay, so when you open this, let's play that in the community center here. So if num levers on is equal to 2, then portals node dot show. Actually, how do we do this? Yeah, we could say if portals node dot visible. Just bool toggle both. Then replace this. And then this. Because technically checking visible marshals over to the engine. So it's better to just make a Boolean here. And then we have an audio system, I believe. Yes, we do. Audio system, plays sound, portal open. Cool. All right. So portal sound done. Y sorting done. All right, set of the scene. You enter. You both walk to the locked door. That is not the case anymore. You enter. Sidekick fades in behind you. I guess he walks through you or he pushes you a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It says there's a switch in the other room that only shuts the door. No, so he's never seen this before now. Neither of you has seen this. So let's imagine that we're them and you're seeing this for the first time. You actually cannot see from where you are that there's even a lever. I mean, this room could just be open, right? Nah, that wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? Hey, Appleseed. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Lever outside the room, near door, portal inside. Yeah, I think we need to put them like here maybe. But I guess a community center can't actually be that big. I'm going to talk to Dark about this afternoon too. The interior of the community center should pretty much just be the switches as I mocked up in community center.tscn. We should just make it look a little bit better. Yeah, like we don't need all the rest of this. So I don't think these walls are maybe important either. Or maybe, is there a way to indicate that you could see through this? We have like glass or something. There's a screen that could work. Although you can carve out the walls anyway. All right, what if we did carve out the walls? Let's just delete these for a sec. Yeah, so like this is the entire room. So you could enter and Sidekick could be like, wow, that's it? Maybe like one chair. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but I want to add in one chair now. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's get this. Copy and paste. All right. I think this is probably a bad idea because you're going to think that the chair is important, but it's literally just a chair. Make it a toilet? No, not a toilet. So yeah, I think the way this could work is like you enter, Sidekick enters, and then Sidekick. This is it. I expected something. What's typically in a community? I probably shouldn't search for this. It's probably gonna pull up like local results and stuff. What's typically in community centers? Something larger. I expected. All I see are those levers. Maybe something like that. At least there's a chair if we get tired. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, you're looking at this room. They say all I see are those levers. And then you would naturally want to go over and press one of them. And then maybe you say, like, you are expected to press one now. Player, nothing happened. Can you try that one? Sidekick goes to press it. We did it. We can finally leave. Yeah. Imagine the echo. If one of us gets tired. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it as this just because it's more succinct, and I don't want to overload players with text. But yeah, that's true. You'd have to take turns sitting on the chair. All right, so at this point, like, what do we do about the fact that there are two portals? Like, what if you walk over to the other one? It would close them both. Maybe Sidekick says something like, wait, they're gone? And then like you oh wait, well, hold on. Yeah, so they press their lever. And then like you toggle the lever, you toggle either lever, Sidekick goes to the other again. And then if you yeah, so anyway, something like this. Something like this needs to play out. This shouldn't be too bad to set up. Oh man. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad. Well, let's do it. So how does this work? You enter, then Sidekick enters. Okay, yeah. So when you enter, we need to trigger a cutscene in here. So Sidekick needs to actually be in here. So let's instantiate a Sidekick. And where are they? There they are. Their script says to turn off their exclamation mark, right? Yeah. And they'd be in a different animation. So how do I do this? What I'm debating on is you'll enter, but then should you have to move a little bit before Sidekick comes in? It doesn't really matter. But we got to disable your input. So this would be Sidekick faces the chair. So funny to me. There's a chair. Oh man. All right. I'm still debating on how I want to do this. I think we have an animation player play this out. Alternatively, I just do it all through code. I kind of want to just do it through code. Yeah, I kind of want to do it through code. Okay, so you could leave the community center after doing this. You could actually leave while Sidekick is walking. I think it'll all be fine if you do that, though. It'll just freeze time, which I'm not going to get super crazy with this. We could also just prevent you from leaving, but I don't think we need to do that. So yeah, like I said, let's not get crazy. So after you enter, we need to know that you've entered for the first time. Private or private int has entered or like has triggered cutscene. Am I capitalizing that? No, I'm not. All right, so init. So if not has triggered cutscene, set this to true or like trigger cutscene. Wait, did I make that an int? All right. Very cool. Hey, Skits. Congrats, even though I'm 2 months late. Second looks like it's going well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it is doing pretty well. I have stopped working on it, and I've started working on a new game. This is called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. And I'm such a fan of this idea. You are in a bunch of different broken video games, and you're going between lots of different genres and aesthetics. And right now we're working on this community center. You're supposed to toggle a lever, and then this other character toggles a lever, and then portals appear, and you're supposed to go into the portals. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I hope it will be. Okay, so at this point, we need to cut off your input. So farming game dot set player input enabled false. And now sidekick needs to appear. So originally they should not be there. Private sidekick. Any front page plan? I don't have one planned. I don't know if I really want to do it. It felt kind of like an obligation last time, and I don't think it should feel like an obligation. All right, so we got to hide sidekick at first. Well, if we haven't played the cutscene. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, so we want to fade them in. Queen, or maybe just equals sidekick fade in 0.5 true. So after they've faded in, wait for like half a second and then start a dialogue. Community center cutscene. Does it help the channel anyway? Probably helps it a little bit. Yeah. I think what matters to me most is, does it help the game? And it probably does. It all depends on where we are in the game's development. I think being on the front page, you need to make sure that your content is more accessible than normal. Like game development's not that accessible unless you're doing visual stuff. So I'd have to be like showing off the game a lot. One of the problems with this game in terms of showing it off on Twitch is that I don't think I'd have fun playing it multiple times from start to finish. Skeleseller was a little bit better because you could vary how you play. You could react to things. There was, yeah. This game, I think it's like, I'm not going to enjoy the story the second time I'm playing it. I made the story. I know what it is. I'm not discovering anything. I know everything that I put. Yeah. What's that one game? External narrative games? Oh, Stanley Parable, maybe? You notice a difference in viewers and whitelisting? I noticed a difference in viewers for sure. There's not a lot more chat activity from the front page. Just because a lot of people aren't really watching you. They're just tuned into Twitch. Okay, so we need a new yarn block here. So what did I have written down for this? Yeah, this is it. And then we need a function make sidekick face chair. Yeah. All right, so make sidekick face chair needs to be a function in the community center, I guess. We already set one of these things up over here. Show strawberry, yeah. We need the dialogue runner for this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It'd be like make sidekick face chair. So does it have to go to the town? No, not even town zone. Community center. Make sidekick face chair. Do we have a way of setting, yeah, force facing direction? I guess it's going to be vector 2.left because we know where they are. That gives you more attention and activity. I mean, chat activity. It is a little bit more. It's just not a whole lot. Again, the way the front page works is you're just in the carousel on the front of Twitch. So for example, right now, like if I just go to Twitch, here's what I see. So like this is playing and it's inside of this carousel, but very likely I'm not here to just watch whoever's on the front page. I'm here to like go to my followers list and click one of these streams. So for the 10 seconds before I do that, I'm now a viewer of this stream, but chat isn't even here. So I can't see what they're saying. I can't type into it. I need to like click into their channel to do it. So not many people end up checking it out. And yeah. And part of it has to do with me too, right? Like I'm not the most entertaining streamer. I'm not necessarily trying to be. I think if I were more entertaining, yeah, maybe more people would tune in. All right, at least there's a chair if we get tired. So this is fine. Helps us getting seen initially if something exciting is going on. Yeah, yeah, I would look at it that way in general. I mean, some people probably are curious or they go to Twitch and they're like, I don't care what I watch. And then they find your channel or they see what's going on in your stream and they tune in for a bit. I think the general like sources of traffic that you would get would be raids, like organic traffic, maybe some like other site like YouTube, that sort of thing. So I think there are a bunch of people who've shown up from raids and who've stayed in this channel. I don't know about how many people have started watching from the front page and stayed in this channel. Granted, I've only been on the front page 3 or 4 times and it's been spanned over many years. So it's unlikely, but it's possible. All right, so now you go press a lever. So I guess let's just go codify all of this. So this would be yarn block. Press one lever. Player, nothing happened. Can you try that one? Okay. Open portals. We did it. We can finally leave. And maybe a close portals. There. All right, so that's all the dialogue. Now we just need to trigger it at the right time. Okay, so that's all fine. So you press one lever. We need to know that you've never shown this before. So like has triggered, this will be initial cutscene. And then maybe has triggered lever dialogue. So when you press the very first one, if you haven't triggered this, then trigger lever dialogue. Okay. So this is true. Start dialogue. I don't know where this thing even is. Probably close every other tab that we have open at this point. Farm yarn. This is press one lever. And then we need to make them go to, make sidekick go to the other lever and toggle it. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, getting to the front page of Steam is pretty big. I mean, this is what I think of as like proxy marketing almost. If I'm on Twitch, it is my stream that people see where I'm making a game and maybe I'm playing the game. But the game is the product I care about, not the stream. So yeah, on Steam it's direct. It's like, well, the product I care about is what is shown to players and what they are there to see. So yeah. Missed the music stream? It wasn't a music stream. Yeah, I've just been working. You don't care about the stream? Well, to be clear, I like streaming and I like talking to people in chat. What I mean is I don't want to grow the stream really. I want to just do work and like share that with people. Visibility is a monster. Yeah, it's tough. I think we live in a time when kind of everything is vying for your attention. And I don't think that was always the case. At least not in human history. But yeah, like now it kind of is. And there are so many go-tos to fill your time. It's like right now, the average person in chat probably has like a TV show they want to watch or a movie they want to see or a game they want to play or a book they want to read. And after you're done with that one, you probably have another thing. Like there's no shortage of backlog activities for people. All right, so go to the other lever. So you need to figure out which lever you actually pressed. And if there's only one that's been pressed so far, then we can just figure out the other one. So lever not pressed equals levers dot what first? Can you pass in a predicate to this? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Okay, just cancel. I don't care. I don't care anymore. It's not doing this. All right, first, so L dot is off. All right, now we need sidekick to go over to there. Yeah. Well, also, I feel like there are a lot of long-term pieces of entertainment now. So for example, let's say you went and bought Factorio. I don't know how much it costs. Maybe it's $10 or $15 or something, right? But you spend $15 and then you have potentially thousands of hours of entertainment. Like that just has not been true for a very long time in human history. Maybe you could say you'd get that much out of like a chessboard, but or a basketball or something. But like, yeah, it's just kind of a crazy cost to value ratio. And yeah, as a result, I think a lot of people are funneled into games that they just keep playing. And then they kind of expect that out of games too. Okay, so somewhere here we set some destinations. Yeah, this. And we set their walking speed. I think their walking speed should be set to a higher walking speed now. Walking speed, their normal walking speed, yeah. So the destination is going to be, I want them to move in cardinal directions. And it'd be nice to just make like a path to a point. In fact, we should probably do that. Find path to point cardinally. Find path to point. Just pass in a vector to final destination. Yeah. Find path to point. So we're going to say the lever not pressed global position plus vector 2 dot down times 15. It's just got to look like they're close enough. And then when they reach it, we pass in, I guess we just get this again and do lever not pressed dot toggle on. Although first we wait for a little bit. Set process mode physics tween interval 0.5 and then tween callback. There we go. I saw an interesting video talking about early 90s movies for people in high stress jobs. The tool they used to portray that was the character had a mobile phone, and that made the role stressful because they were in contact with their higher ups. Nowadays, all is well connected. Back in the day, it was much harder to contact somebody. Yeah. It's something I've always kind of enjoyed looking back at old movies to see how technology has changed in a pretty short amount of time. Like, let me take a look at this. The Matrix office scene. I don't know what they showed in terms of monitors there, but yeah, like this. Look at that monitor. Look at this. The desk, the cubicle, whatever, that probably hasn't changed too much, but like you'd never see a monitor that big anymore. I think the cell phone was at least a normal flip phone. But even then, it's like every phone is now just a rectangle with a giant screen. So I find that kind of interesting. It's like much older movies would have rotary phones. And yeah, I wonder if people nowadays have even seen a rotary phone. All right, so we do not have a find path to point. I don't think this should be that bad. It just needs to be you move in two directions. You might even already be in one of the positions you should move in. We got to make sure they don't like lock you out of movement, by the way. I guess you could always shovel out a wall. Hear everything, see everything, smell everything. Yeah. Yeah. I remember being in an open office floor plan. I just needed noise canceling headphones all the time. You just have a twisted wire we'd fiddle with while on the call. Yeah, I know. Okay, so because we know the layout of the room that we use this function in, we can just pick direct paths to our destination. All right, so vector to intermediate point. Okay, so let me think about this. We have this room. I want sidekick to always walk up first and then walk over to where they need to be. And we could have them walk up again after that. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. So how do we do this? First point equals, oh, we need to know their current position. Oh, no, it's sidekick. We know their current position. First point equals new vector 2 global position dot x final destination dot y plus 30. Then second point is going to be final destination dot x, and then the third point is going to be the exact final position. And then we just do set destinations with this, and we should be good. Use collection expression, sure. Okay. Let's try it out. See what happens. We've already failed. Why are we triggering the cutscene already? Oh, because this is in a knit, but we don't know that you're in the community center. So we need to do this here. Yeah. Also, triggering the cutscene should take a little bit of time. So I should have a wait for the fade in. So you go in. Yeah, it just immediately triggers it. We should probably wait for like a second. Oh, but then you might have left. Maybe that's fine. No, I don't know. Let's just trigger it immediately. Whatever. All right. So all I see is those levers. At least there's a chair if we get tired. You can't even see the chair. So we got to put the chair on the other side of the room. We actually should probably move. No, we should just wait a little bit before starting this. Tween equals create tween physics. Give the player time to see the scene and maybe even move around. Why is this red? Oh, because we have another tween down there. Yeah, I don't care about that. Tween callback. This would be sidekick tween. Let's try this. I guess you could leave in the middle of it. Thought I'd work on a 3D game. I've thought about it. I'm not super intrigued by it. I might actually add one for this as a sub game that you can go to. But yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so you can walk around. Then sidekick comes in. This is it. All I see are those levers. At least there's a chair if we get tired. I think the chair should be on the side so you can see it. So yeah, let's move the chair over here. Let's flip it. And let's go back in here. So now you go toggle a lever. They should go to the other one. So I'm going to go over to here. And yeah, they started walking before I was even done. And then they toggled their lever. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is the problem. I need to make this room smaller so that while you're over here, you can still see where the other lever is. And right now you can only see over to the left side of this. That's a problem. Or we zoom out here. Hey, who cares? Give me a 1.0. I'd like to find other people to work with on my next project. Yeah. Yeah, no, I we'll probably be on this project for another like 2 years. And yeah, I tend to like pursuing some of the ideas that I've had for a while. But I do wish you luck, both with the visibility and on your game. How are things going? They're going pretty well. We've been making good progress here. I think we should zoom out in this scene. I think that's the best solution for this. Where is the camera? Here it is. So what is the zoom normally? I don't ever change this one. Oh. We might do it via tween. Where? Here it is, 2:2. Okay, I think I want to change this. Public void set camera zoom. No, I just care about float zoom. Camera.zoom equals that. Okay, so when you enter this, I want it to well, maybe I wanted to zoom out like we do here. Yeah, we tween the zoom somewhere. Zoom camera out. And then zoom camera in. No, I don't want to do that. I just want it to be zoomed out. Yeah. So when you first enter this, no, maybe just anytime you're in the community center. We have make zone current. Here it is. I just want farming game dot set camera zoom to 1. And then we need to know when you've left this, which is, I guess, when you're in the town. 2. All right, let's try it out. Now you can't see the chair. Yeah, so can you try that one? Should wait. It doesn't wait. Can you try that one? Yeah, so we need this to be somewhere else. Copy that there for now. Town has some way of like completed dialogue. Yeah, here. I need this. And if it is set to, press 1 lever. Then we copy this in. And then we just need on dialogue completed. Easy. Okay, now it'll wait. I'm still not super happy with the zoom. I want the chair to be visible on the screen, but the dialogue covers it. So we toggle this. Can you try that one? Now the character walks over to that one for us. And we need to change that slightly. The timing is not great. Also, we should probably fade in the portals. Fade in the portals rather than immediately making them visible. Maybe wait for the lever to finish animating before emitting that it was toggled. And then we need to stop your input. So here, farming game dot set player input enabled false. And then sidekick reach lever, we can set this back to true. There. So now you can't move during it, so you can't leave. Yeah, there are still a lot of little things to polish here. I think this is going pretty well, though. So sidekick enters. All I see are those levers. At least there's a chair if we get tired. So you walk up to here. And you try that one. I can't move during this time. I don't know if that made the lever sound. And if I try walking in the middle, they turn off. If I try toggling this lever, nothing's gonna happen now. Boolean for input enabled and during cutscene. I mean, it's not too late to set that up. I think knowing that it's necessary is... Whoa, what just happened there? Oh, right, I moved to the middle. Like, what's going on? Yeah, knowing that something's necessary, it makes it easier to put in the time sometimes. All right, so what? I'm gonna be stuck in a cutscene, right? Yeah. All right, let's speed this up. Skip. Oh, nothing's gonna fix the zoom until we get to here, right? But now I don't have a key. I don't even have a sidekick out here. Oop. Okay. All right, so I turned this one on. They should go to the other one. Yeah, nice. Cool, cool, cool. Kind of an issue with my current dialogue system where the boxes were covering up crucial gameplay elements. I'm going to change to how Alabaster's Dawn does their system instead. Text bubbles next to their portraits. Yeah. Yeah, I might need to do something different for future sub games, or at least for this one. The only problem we've had so far is that we're covering that chair. And the chair is only there as a joke, so it's not a big deal. And we might be able to just rearrange the room a little bit to make it better. But, yeah. Okay, so where do we show the portal node? Here it is. So it's not visible. It's going to be, if toggled both, portals node dot fade in 0.5 true, else fade out. And I guess, wait, the visibility happens automatically, right? Yes, show and fade out. Fade out probably doesn't hide it. It doesn't. That's okay. Doesn't really matter. As long as you can't access them, we need to, yeah, we need to allow you to walk into the portal, but only if the portals are actually showing. Allow walking into the portals, but only if they're actually showing. Yeah. Hey, Matt. All right, so what am I missing now? I'm very turned around. I'm also probably not going to be streaming for too much longer. This has been a very good stream, and it's been productive. By the way, Matt, if you haven't seen this, so Sidekick is going to lead you to the community center, but now it's a community center that's locked. So you press the button to open it, and then you can go in. And now Sidekick joins you. This is it. All I see are those levers. At least there's a chair if we get tired. There's a chair over here on the side. Yeah, so you go and toggle a lever. It should wait a second before doing that. It shouldn't just say nothing happened immediately. Press one lever. Yeah, so tween equals new tween dot set process mode physics tween interval 1f tween callback callable dot from. All right, there we go. Listen to those fancy sound effects. Oh, whoops. I have the game open already. What? Did I mess something up? Tween invalid. Oh, whoops. I don't ever do that. I'm surprised I did it then. So you could disable the lever in this time. So we probably need to cut out your input for this. So farming game, set player input enabled false. But yeah, that's it. Easy. Easy. Let's try that now. So yeah, you can't move now. Nothing happened. I think that happens a little too fast. I think you should wait 2 seconds. Yeah. I mean, for anyone playing this game, they're going to realize there are 2 levers. I need to press both levers. That's fine. But still, your character would probably be like, yeah, let me wait a second and see if anything happened. Okay. So I need them to react to you disabling this, but only if they've never said something before. So open portals should play next. Where is that? Fade in. Set num levers on. That comes from here. Tween interval, maybe 1.5 seconds. Tween callback. All right, so they're going to say, aha, we did it. We can finally leave. And then close portals should be played if we've never played that before. Has triggered close portals dialog. So this is going to happen if you ever fade this out. If not, has triggered close portals dialog. Then trigger close portals dialog. Cool. Let's go make that function. What is going on with the cursor here? Okay, there. Tween interval. So I want pretty much all of this. This goes over here. So we're going to wait for maybe a second. And what am I doing? Just starting that dialogue. All right, let's try it. And then hopefully this doesn't happen again. But nothing will let you turn on the other levers again. So we got to do that too. And we need sounds for this. Oh, they just said, wait, they're gone. Set num levers on. It's supposed to be if there is 0. Also, fade out is not what we want here. We want to know if it's 0. If, well, I guess it could be else. All right, let's just do the thing where they can go to a lever again. So where is this? Set their walking speed, find path to point, lever not pressed. Yeah, so make sidekick walk to other lever. All right, nice. Now we need to do this after you, pretty much anytime you press a lever. Yeah, where does this happen originally? Dialogue completed, press 1 lever. Right there, trigger lever dialogue. All right, so if num levers on is equal to 0, there we go. Okay, I think I did it. I forgot what happens when they get there. I think this should just work. Ah, it's still doing that. The wait they're gone thing. That's happening from here. On lever toggled on. No, 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 no. It's not happening from here. What am I talking about? It's happening from here. Why? We shouldn't ever set this, right? It gets set immediately? On body entered untoggle. Oh. Oh. Whoops. So we should do this down here. And then replace these with this. No. Wait. Oh, God. I want to know if you actually changed anything. Yeah. So I shouldn't do it this way. I should do it this way. If num levers is not equal to the new thing that's passed in. Or I guess if it's already equal, just return. So we only care if you changed it. That should do it. Okay, so I think we've gotten this entire kind of cutscene pretty much done, other than you being able to leave the game. But we are still testing this. So they enter, this is it. All I see are those levers. At least there's a chair if we get tired. Nothing happened. Can you try that one? They don't play any footstep sounds here. That is also very loud. So now if I press this one, they should go to the other one. And they just automatically do that. They go down kind of far to get there. Also, oh, then they say the dialogue again. That shouldn't happen a second time. We did it. Open portals. And the sound effect is also kind of loud. What did I do in Skeleseller for that? Portal open. Huh. I didn't lower it. Well, here we're going to lower it because that is too loud. All right. Open portals. Here it is. And we never check whether we've triggered this dialogue. Yeah. So if not has triggered open portals dialogue. Set this to true, trigger the dialogue, save this here. Good. So sound is lower. We wait. We need to make them not move exactly how they're moving right now. And I want to see what happens if they push you. We add some offset here. Const float. Like Y offset. I want it to be lower, 15 maybe. Oops, what am I doing? That's supposed to be Y offset. I'm like, why is that gray? That's why syntax highlighting helps. All right, so first time you do this, you can't move. So there's no way for them to move onto you. Oh, it is just say, oh, I see. It can do both of these. We probably shouldn't let you move again until the open portals dialogue, huh? Otherwise, you can turn these off. Just triggered open portals dialogue. Yeah, there. How's Learning Live gone? It's been going really well. Yeah. There's some other thing I need to do that I keep forgetting. What is it? Oh, I can't remember. It's something obvious whenever I open this and then I just forget to write it down. Plays it twice. So they can push you out of the way. What happens if you're like in between them and the lever? Oh, they're just gonna keep going between them now forever. Wow, they enabled them both. Okay, this is very broken. Oh man. Yeah, we just shouldn't let you move during the time that they're walking there. So farming game dot set player input enabled. There. This is the easiest solution. Oh right, footstep sounds. That's what I keep thinking. Yeah. Need footsteps sounds for sidekick in the community center. I know we've seen this scene a million times. I'm sorry, everybody. So now you cannot move at all. You try that one, you still cannot move. Then they toggle it and you're able to move, I think. Yeah. And then before they can talk, you can cut them off. So that's a problem. They walk away and come back. Oh man. All right, let's change that. Yeah, so bug, you can preempt their "we did it" dialogue by resetting the switches. All right, so this, what we could do is we could just check if this is already there, then just call the callback. Return. Can we just do it this way? Yeah. I wonder what the difference is. That's pretty cool. It's not obvious that they're pressing their switch when you do this, is it? I don't think it's obvious. So like I press this, it just looks like I'm enabling both of them at once. Maybe after they press it, they should move away a little bit. Yeah, they should move away a little bit so that this will never be needed. Or maybe just after they press the lever. Yeah, after they press it, they just face downward. Force facing direction. Why is it not working? Because I'm not in sidekick. Force them to face downward. Or maybe the opposite side of the room. I don't know. Downward's fine. Yeah. Oh, they'll press it and then immediately turn around, which might be a little bit jarring. Didn't turn around at all. Why not? Huh, clicking isn't doing anything right now. That is bizarre. What is happening? There we go. So sidekick reached lever. We have force facing direction. This isn't doing anything though. Their destination should be done if they reached it because this is triggered from here. Yeah, and the only place we call the callback is once destination is 0, which means we shouldn't call update animation based on direction. No, we do at the bottom of this. Yeah, that's our problem. So I need to wait for a frame before doing that. Or because we reached the destination, we just change Sidekick's code and not do that. Yeah, easy. Okay. That's a much more elegant solution. Now they should face downward, which, like I said, is going to happen instantaneously, so it might look bad. But at least it's what I intended to do originally. Let's speed this up. Okay, now we go to timescale 1, so they'll hit this and then turn around immediately. Oh, they stop. They don't finish their animation. And it didn't even work. Alright, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Maybe we always tween interval like that and then do this. And just change this code. I gotta get lunch soon. Yeah. It's still not making them face a certain direction. What's going on? I thought it was just not waiting long enough. This sets their facing. Then we just don't update their animation direction based on that? I guess not. How is it ever working then? Because I've used this before. Oh, the chair's on the right now anyway. This wouldn't work. It's gonna be cut out. I don't know. Did it break all the time? Like, I don't know. I guess we can test it by leaving. And then just talking to these characters. So if I face... If I'm over here... Oh, they're facing up, but they were already facing up, right? Yeah, it's working. Why doesn't it work in this one then? Is there something special about the town where we use the sidekick's facing direction? No. We need to remove sidekick from the town after they've entered here. Make sure to remove sidekick from town after you've started the community center cutscene. All right, I think I need to get going. Yeah. So where I left off is I couldn't get this thing to face in the right direction. Couldn't get sidekick to face in the correct direction after pushing a switch. Not totally sure what's going wrong. It's probably that this is messing up. We have their facing direction. They should be in idle, so they should be down. So they should be facing idle down. Yeah. Let's put a breakpoint there next time. Put a breakpoint in this. Okay, well, this has been another pretty solid day. Worked on the community center cutscene. Didn't we do something at the very beginning too? I think it was something minor. I don't remember what though. Diff last commit. Well, that was minor. Whoops. Add dialogue for leaving town. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, but it was mostly the cutscene for this. So, all right, I'm gonna get going. I have a playtest session with my friend in about 8 hours. So I'm gonna work on the rest of the scene so that hopefully he sees the kind of completed aspect of this. And then tomorrow, I think what we're gonna do is spend the whole day doing game design so that I know what it is we're working on next. And actually, one of the things I want to write here is I like the idea of a space shooter, but you have to enter the architect's realm from that game for the comedy factor of entering as a jet. All right, yeah. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Let me see if I can find someone to raid really fast. I do not want to spend a lot of time on this. Lana's streaming. Let's raid Lana. Okie dokes. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being awesome. Here are my Discord servers if you want to join. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye, everyone.